ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, Bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chaser, where it is time for pre-finals to get rolling. Bambino's ready to roll here. 6 minutes plus 2 laps of action after 2 laps of qualifying in the pouring rain this morning, and they are up and going and ready to roll as we roll through Cervantes and knock Shelton up in the front as the Bambinos get their way along. This is Miami Bambinos and T4 Bambinos as they get going here. It's myself, Brad Dalton, bringing you the coverage along with my great Florida man friend, Patrick Coleman. Patrick, we're in Florida. We're in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, finally. It took me long enough to actually be able to cover one of these races, and boy, has it not disappointed here so far. Qualifying was fantastic. We saw the changeable conditions, some drivers really adapting to the wet a bit better than others, but now it is time for the first pre-final of the day to go on. So just a reminder how the pre-finals are going to go to work. It is a set amount of minutes plus 2 laps. In this case, the Bambinos, they'll be the shortest ones here. It is going to be 6 minutes plus 2 laps here on the day. And then the cadet groups are going to be 7 minutes plus 2 laps. And then junior, senior, and master run groups, 8 minutes plus 2 laps here on the day.
It's going to be exciting to watch here and watch how they run through. Pablo Cervantes up in the front currently. That is Knox Shelton in second. Big contact there going through. That is Gomez and Tominski coming together through 2 karts off on the track as Gomez and Tominski drop down the order here, trying to get going. That is Thiago Velosa, who is still off into the wall, unfortunately, and that is 1 Bambino down.
Unfortunate. It's unfortunate just to see the contact like that come through. And yeah, that's just, it's part of racing, unfortunately, but it is just rough stuff here. Hopefully everybody's okay. I think that they probably will be all okay, but yeah, that's just a really unfortunate just accident. Does that one Bambino have a mohawk on his helmet, or am I just seeing things?
Nope, you are indeed seeing a mohawk there on the Bambino of the number 12 of Tominski, who is running through. So, we love seeing mohawks and different things. Of course, if you're familiar with our grassroots coverage and you're thinking of AMAX Racing back on the K1 Whiteland circuit, well, you're not that far off in the realm of things here as we see the battles continue their way along here. Pablo Cervantes currently up on top, and the times have closed down significantly here, and that is actually Luca Colangelo in the number 52 who has the mohawk as we see them come through along, and a little bit wide again, but you do see a little bit of a drawing line starting to form here, Patrick, and I tell you what, if you're a Bambino, that is a breath of fresh air to start seeing that little bit of pavement color change.
Yeah, and this is our youngest category that's racing here today, and so they don't have the experience that some of the other classes will have later on today, so they're going to definitely feel that there's a lot more grip on that dry line, that lighter part of the tarmac, and that's going to give them a lot more grip. Going to make things a bit easier to handle as well. So right now, Pablo Cervantes going ahead and leading the field here at the moment, and so far he's got a pretty decent gap here, and we'll see where it goes. And there's another kart off the track, so even more drama happening here in the Bambino Pre-Final.
Believe that is Ray Garcia showing off here, so that changing condition starting to show a little bit tricky here as the kid karts are going, and still trying to get that kart flipped around backwards back the right way forward here as Shelton and Colangelo now cross the line heading through, and they work their way along. This is Knox Shelton in the number 0 in second place, running in the T4s. Pablo Cervantes is your IME Kid Kart leader right now, with Knox Shelton leading in T4s here of Bambino and leading Colangelo. They are currently 1 and 2 in the T4 category, 2nd and 3rd overall. And what's the exciting thing about being up front in the T4 category? Well, it's the fact that the T4s, it is a spec series here. It's sealed engines, it's a spec chassis. Really, it does come down to the driver behind the wheel for the most pace gain and most advantage that you can get here. And right now, it does seem like Knox Shelton really has things dialed in here around this track.
Yeah, essentially they're almost like rental carts, really, in the grand scheme of things. So, yeah, spec series, it does come down to the driver. And right now, it is going to be Knox Shelton, excuse me, having a very good run here. Just about a little under a second ahead from his nearest contemporary of Luca Colangelo, who is trying to close in the gap. Now the gap is actually extended to just under 2 seconds. So Knox Shelton in the last 30 seconds before the final 2 laps. The number 0 has got some very good pace here, and he is making the most of it. A little bit of a battle back here behind, just a bit further back. And that is going to be, I believe, that is going to be Colt Shelton going to go ahead and fight. And that is going to be just multi-class traffic coming on through. The number 88, Pablo Cervantes, in the kid cart, just moving his way past the T4 Bambino. And he will continue his very strong race here today. About 30 seconds ahead from his nearest in-class competitor.
And that gap opening up there for Pablo Cervantes just goes to show how solid Pablo is running right now, heading through as we're 2 laps to go. And running, I mean, significant pace advantage. 111.3 versus a 116.7 last time through for Pablo versus Knox Shelton. So big pace gain here for the number 88 of Pablo Cervantes. And this is going to help significantly in the grand scheme of championships for the Bambino category here. Knox Shelton currently leads that championship here through in Bambino, but of course in the Miami Bambinos, it's Adam Martins who leads right now over Thiago Veloza. So for Pablo Cervantes, this will be a big gain in championship standings to help capitalize things through and move up very, very quickly in what had been Maverick Reddick, who won all of round 1 and 2, and then it was a swapperooskies between Thiago Veloza and Adam Martins in rounds 3 and 4. Now Pablo Cervantes looking to use rounds 5 and 6 to capitalize here as we're on the final lap.
Final lap here of the first pre-final of the day, and Pablo Cervantes begins that final lap now. He'll be the first one to see the white flag. He's going up and over the bridge. Very good pace here, very good consistency here from the number 88, and he's going to go ahead and just make his way on the final lap. No pressure from behind. His nearest competitor is 32 seconds back, and he is going to continue just a very good run of form here. This will put him in a really good spot for the final race later on today. And Pablo Cervantes coming around the last couple of corners right now on the racetrack. And it is going to be Pablo Cervantes, who is currently, he's only got 3 corners to go. He comes through the tight corner, and now he's going to go ahead and make his way to the box end corners now. He's got 1 turn left to go. He will miss the puddle, and he will take advantage of the dry line and come across the line. And Pablo Cervantes will win your first pre-final of the afternoon, taking victory in the kid kart.
Big win there for Pablo Cervantes, and now we shuffle back here to Knox Shelton and Lionel Tominski, who are still battling it out for 2nd and 3rd here. They are not done yet. They are still trying to find the cross around the line here as they go, and then it's Ian Gomez in 4th place to come through. There's Julian Chavez crossing the line here as we look for Knox and Lionel Tominski to come across the line here for Knox Shelton. It will be a go through. Ray Garcia will come across in 9th.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way.
Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, where it's Micro Swift currently rolling through, and let's take a look at how they're going to start. It's Bernardo Nascimento with Grayson Waite, your top two, Adam Kosker and Joaquin Doe in fourth, Caden Damari in fifth, Dylan Rocha in sixth, Ellie Jackson, Lucas Clavio, Alec Thomas, and Luciano Iannozzi, your top 10 here as they pace through. They're getting the signal to slow it down into the tram lines. Will we get going? The answer is no. They're going to send them back around.
Yeah, they usually, I mean, especially in these kind of changeable conditions, you do see that they usually just try to make sure things are nice and safe. And if you're going too fast to tram lines, it could cause a bit of a hairy moment that the organizers and I'm sure the drivers as well would want to very much avoid. So they'll go around again, and then we'll go ahead and give it another go for take two of the Micro Swift Pre-Final.
And as they pace their way along here and get ready to reform up for attempt number two, you'll notice they didn't have them take the whole circuit. They sent them around just the outside edge of the track there so they could get going. They're getting the signal again to slow down, trying to form them up here well and early. Much slower, much more together this time along. Keep an eye on that number 5, that yellow helmet there on the outside line of Grayson Waite. I would say is probably going to be in a good position to try to take the run here as they avoid the puddles. Coming around the final corner here, nice and slow. Hold it together in formation, and we're looking, we're waiting, and we're green. We're racing here in Micro Swift, already side by side into the first corners coming through. Grayson Waite not able to get the go. Nascimento does, and we have multiple carts off in the background there of our 15-cart field, probably 5 carts at least, who are off as they go up the bridge and down the bridge for the first time.
Grayson Waite trying to put some pressure there on Bernardo Nascimento. And this is going to be a good fight here as they continue to just to press on here. Grayson Waite was pretty quick in qualifying, but he's already pretty much right on the bumper of Bernardo Nascimento. And this is going to be just good slipstream here, good battles, but Joaquin Doe just right behind him, or right behind the pair of them. I mean, he's going to be somebody that you're going to have to really keep an eye on here. I mean, if these two come together, then it's going to be Joaquin Doe, the number 19 car with the reddish helmet. He's going to be the one that's going to be the direct beneficiary in the battle. Grayson Waite still trying to put pressure now as we come around for the second lap here.
coming through to start the next lap here. 5.5 minutes left to go. These drivers are running 7 minutes plus 2 laps here in this cadet category, and it's currently Nascimento, Waite, and Joaquin Doe, your top 3 as they run along here. Now, Grayson Waite is a strong driver, over 50 podiums in the history. Bernardo Nascimento, a very strong driver as well, running through here along. But of course, Grayson Waite, the Paralyn driver, looking to try to find a strong run, and Joaquin Doe is a driver to watch as well. That number 19, very smart, very crafty there in the mix there in the back, and will be looking to challenge the Paralyn driver, looking to challenge all the way through, up and forward. And watch back there at Kozakar and Clavio, who have started to close in as well a little bit. We're not necessarily done with a 3-kart battle. This is the fun. Again, these drivers qualified under a lot of rain here, Patrick. Now that the track is a little bit drier, it does open up for some opportunities for drivers that maybe would have been faster in dry weather than wet weather.
Some drivers really do thrive in the wet, and we're going to see how they do in the dry now, because like you said, some drivers prefer one set of conditions compared to the other, as it's going to be Grayson Waite trying to go ahead and trying to throw his weight around and try to make the move onto Bernardo Nascimento. And this is going to be a strong, strong fight as they continue on. But Joaquin Doe is he's still just there. He's right there, just being right there in the mix. And another 4-car battle just a bit further behind. And I believe that's Elliott White who leads that pack. So some good battles happening here, some good pack racing happening. And if they're eyeing a future in NASCAR, well, getting used to pack racing is a pretty good way to do it.
Slipstream, of course, can make such a big difference here in the micro category as they run through. Look at this, swerving along, avoid the puddle, down to the inside, thinking about a move, not able to make the move here as we come across the line here. Elliott Waite now leading Alistair Camilo with Luciano Iannozzi and Alec Thomas through, and those were some of our drivers that were involved in that big incident earlier. Marco Mijavec is currently up 6 places, by the way, started 14th, currently running in P8, so there's strong improvement there. Up front, we still have this battle for the lead that will not cease for a moment, that is just holding nose to tail. Your top 5 sitting nose to tail right now, as the Paralyn driver of Grayson Waite is just right there in the back, looking to try to find a way through for your lead. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left to go in Micro Swift.
He's been looking up, he's been looking down, he's been looking at every which direction to maybe try to find some kind of gap. But Joaquin Doe is still right there in the mix as well. But as these guys continue to scrap it out, look at it side by side, and that's for the lead. Grayson Waite into the lead of the pre-final. And that is a very good pass right when he needed it. And he is going to try to run away, but Bernardo Nascimento is still holding on here, still trying to retake that lead. And it's going to be 2 more minutes plus 2 laps to go as we are approaching the next stage of this session. But Joaquin Doe is still right there in the mix. He is right there as well. If either of these front 2 make a mistake, then he's going to be that direct beneficiary. He'll be the one who will pretty much immediately get that promotion up, fighting for a very good podium. And this is a very good battle. The driver with a Lando Norris helmet of Grayson Waite is going to go, but he's going to get overtaken again on the downhill. And we have seen that time and time again here today, where sometimes if you get a good run on the downhill, you can make the pass, as Bernardo Nascimento gives a beautiful return to sender.
And that is one way to do it. If you're going to get passed, get repassed along through. So for Grayson Waite, currently trying to hold on there in the Paralyn cart. You now have a Paralyn teammate behind, though, which is good, as Doe is, of course, running the Paralyn cart as well, and we'll be looking to try to find some moves. So how will it go along here? And you can see they're on the exit of the track, some good motivation coming from coaches and family members there on the side, trying to help figure out with this top three the best maneuvers to go. Up the bridge, down the bridge we go, and this is where if you're going to give a return to Cinder, you might as well go for a 2-for-1 special. Not able to do so. Dow is a little bit further back here and holding on right now through the bottom of the corner. It should be 3 laps to go, including this one, and I'm curious to see for Grayson Waite where the response will come. Are we waiting another lap here, or are we holding on for now here in second place? Are we going to go for a big pass for the lead in an unexpected area, which is sometimes a big send of these young categories? They love to find places that we don't think a pass is possible and make it happen.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate the tenacity of this category. And it'll be 2 to go. They should be seeing the 2 to go signal now. And I think Grayson Waite's gonna go ahead and make the move sooner rather than later, and then he'll be able to hold him off. I think because he was able to hold off Fernando for quite a bit before he got the repass. So coming down the hill now, is it the move? A little bit of bump, a little bit of a light bump to the back, but he will go ahead and stay facing in the right direction, and Nascimento is going to hold on as Grayson Waite is going to try to swing it around town, trying to find any semblance of a gap, looking for any feasible area to slot in that car to try to get the overtake done. And he is going to just still try to hound him all the way to the end, as next time by the white flag will be waved. And we'll see now they're coming around to begin the final lap here. The white flag will be out, and it'll be the final lap. White flag, it is make or break now for these drivers on this final lap here of the race.
It's Fernando Nascimento, the 2025 Orlando Cup champion, 8-year-old driver here, versus Grayson Waite, the Paralympic driver with tons of racing experience and challenges through. And it's a matter of who can hold on for half a lap. Under the bridge we go, and now back into the final sector of this track. Grayson Waite just a little bit further back here in the Paralympic kart, trying to look for a move on Nascimento. Nascimento parking the bus here, looking over the shoulder, and now just running that race in line. Grayson Waite right there in the back, possibly a move here late. Not able to position that Paralympic into the right position. Holds the rear bumper, looks to the inside here, going into the final corner, mind the puddle to the inside. Waite sees it, defends, coming to the line through. Nascimento is able to defend, and it will be Bernardo Nascimento picks up the win in Micro Swift Pre-Final here with Grayson Waite in second, Joaquin Doe in third, Lucas Clavillo in fourth, and Adam Koshikar in fifth. Dylan Rocha, Caden Damari, Ellie Jackson, Marco Mishevic, and Alec Thomas, your top 10 in Micro Swift.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrek Racing FloridaKartRacing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get
And Kart's out on track here. It is Mini Swift now out on the roll as they go. And let's talk about your starting lineup. It's Leonardo Tavares with Charlie Skrapowski. It's Franco Schiavo, Enzo Ramos, and Rafael Bateau, your top five. Cohen Shoecraft, Mateus Guzman, Braden Schoenborn, Trace Jackson, and Aiden Padilla are your 10 karts to take things on. Patrick, predictions for Mini Swift?
Ooh, predictions. That's gonna be a fun one. I think I'm trying to actually think of a good prediction because I mean, anything can happen here in this race, and we have some really competitive karts. But I think Charlie is gonna be one to watch out for in that number 133. Charlie Skrapowski is gonna be the one driver you really want to watch because he was really strong in qualifying. And I think he'll be really strong here in the pre-final as well.
And as they roll through down into the final corner, our Mini Swifts get set up into formation. They get ready to turn the final corner, hit the tram lines, and then we'll see how they get along for their 7 minutes plus 2 laps. And they will run the 7 minutes. All other categories are running 8 minutes here. As we go green, we're racing, and already some big battles up in the front, side by side through the chicane into turn number 4. We go. Big contact for second place, though.
Yeah, they're getting really, really punchy here in the opening stages, and I think Charlie actually did get the jump into the lead in the early stages. So we're going to have to see how the rest of this field is going to go to shake out because there's some really punchy drivers just fighting their way through, trying to find these positions very early on. And the 133 did actually make the jump for the lead of Charlie Skrapowski, making a very good move into the lead of the early stages. And sometimes if you can get that jump, then you are going to be in a really, really good spot for the rest of the pre-final. This will set you up very nicely for the final race as well a bit later on tonight, where they will run 10 minutes plus 2 laps. So that's going to be a very good battle as we do see the first batch of times come across the line now. A few drivers making some positional changes, but a very good, strong starting gap for Charlie Skrapowski.
Absolutely, and then, of course, the Paralyn teammate there of Enzo Ramos down into third. You have Leonardo Tavares, another Paralyn driver, running in second right now, who's trying to take the run here. 28 podiums in Leonardo Tavares' history here. Enzo Ramos with a ton of podiums as well. So very, very strong Paralyn karts running 1, 2, 3 right now as they work their way along here. Skrapowski a little bit wide there heading out of the corner and does get a little bit up on the curb there through 12, but was able to get back on track here. So right now for Skrapowski, it is put the helmet down and go. It was a second faster out of the first lap over Leonardo Tavares. Crosses the line. This time it's a 57.0 to a 57.1, so a 10th faster still, but not too much faster here as they continue to compete up in the front.
Yeah, they are just absolutely giving it everything here to try to get these positions and just try to make everything work. The front two have a pretty decent gap, but from P3 downwards, everything is getting really, really tight, really, really dicey as the drivers make their way on through. Ramos and Shoecraft about to start doing some battle themselves here for the final step of the pre-final podium here on this very cloudy Saturday afternoon. And they're going to go ahead and just continue, get some good slipstream, using a good amount of the curbing on the outside there, using a good amount of that runoff to just go ahead and try to get some of that extra momentum. Momentum is such an important factor in these races. If you lose the momentum, then your race could really just get turned up on its head, as we're going to just see how these drivers continue to do. Franco Chavallo is going to go ahead and jump up a position. He'll take Raffaele Batu, and that'll be a position swap for P5. About just over 3.5 minutes left to go here in the Mini Swift pre-final. And Charles Kapowski still leads from Leo Tavares and Enzo Ramos.
Continuing to work along here on the go here for Leonardo Tavares, the OKP driver, looking to find some pace here and run along to the later stages. Needs to close the gap to Skopowski, and with 3 minutes to do so, it's easier said than done. Of course, the Paralympic driver of Enzo Ramos back behind. Cohen Shoecraft there in 4th place has managed to close in as well. Watch out for Cohen Shoecraft. That is a driver who can definitely have some great pace here late into the run in that number 129 car heading through for Cohen Shoecraft Racing. The 11-year-old AKT Racing driver has a ton of great pace here, you got to say, and can definitely be looking to make a good run here. Aiden Padilla, by the way, is a teammate along with Mateus Guzman, who will be looking to find some big pace. Of course, here for AKT Racing team right now, they are going to be looking for Shoecraft to get up into those podium places in pre-final.
He dropped back a little bit from Enzo Ramos, but I mean, it's still a good amount of racing left to go. About 2.5 minutes plus an additional 2 laps still on the board. So there's always going to be time to try to make up that gap and try your hardest to really just try to reel him in here. And this is going to be, it's such a good battle, but just a bit further behind, there's another really tight battle. This is going to be Franco Chavallo ahead of Rafael Bato. Going to go ahead and continue to, they're going to have a good scrap here. The 146 against the 103. Having some good pace around here, as it's going to be a tight run between these two.
Franco Schiavo in 5th here, looking to close a bit more of breathing room along, trying to find the room over Rafael Bateau, and then trying to close into Shoecraft. But that gap so substantial here towards the end that is one of those moments where it's easier said than done, you have to say, for the driver as we head up into the last stages of this race. And that 146 of Schiavo looking to carry in that 5th place up front. Skopowski in the Paralympic very fast here. You can see getting a little bit more feisty here. The track has dried out. The rain has moved west, which I know is a bit weird. Usually the rain moves west to east, but it's actually moved northwest here. I blame that on just Florida weather doing Florida weather things. So a little bit of rain away from the area, and that is going to help as long as that rain does not shuffle back to the east, which, well, I can't say is unlikely here to the end.
It is Florida after all, and Florida, I mean, it does a dice roll every day just to figure out what the weather is going to be. So, I mean, it could be a nat 20 for just torrential downpour later on when we get to the finals here today. It was raining a bit earlier. It was raining pretty much all through quali, but the track really did start to dry up quite drastically. And I think some drivers are really just trying to find that good pace here in the dry, as Charlie Skopowski is going to go ahead and just now, he's got a 2.3 second gap to Leonardo Tavares, and Enzo Ramos is about another further second back. And this is going to be tight action just here, and the battle for P5 is still going on between Franco Schiavo and Rafael Bato still battling it out for P5. But the number 133 setting some really good pace here. It'll be 2 laps to go as they get ready to cross the line here. So once we see the 133 come across the line, it'll be 2 to go. And then that'll be the Mini Swift Pre-Final, setting our stage for the final race later on today.
Coming through here for the Paralyn up in the front. Skripowski looking to set strong momentum again, looking at the championships here as it runs for the Mini Swift. They are looking very strong here. Colton Bruck currently in the lead with Enzo Ramos in second, Leonardo Tavares in third, and Charlie Skripowski in fourth. So for Charlie, this is a big championship gain right now. This will be the first gold on the championship board to really help improve things through. Colton Bruck, of course, winning rounds 3 and 4. Round 2 was run by Kimo Ahmad, and then round 1 was won by Nico Salazar. So getting that gold next to your name for Charlie Skripowski, that is a big deal in order to jump up on the points. So keep an eye on how those implications play out. It's not a lot of points, but it's enough points to make a difference here on the Saturday. Skripowski will come around here to cross the line. White flag, 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go, and that gap just continues to build here, as now there is almost 3 seconds in between Charlie and Leonardo. So some good pace running through here for the 133, and this is momentum that you can carry with you. It builds up that confidence. Confidence is so key, especially at these early stages of your karting career, and you can just take that confidence to the final, and you can bring in a huge haul of points, and that can really just kickstart your championship run, as it's the final lap here, and they're going to come to the line now. He has led every single lap with confidence. He got the jump at the start, and that's exactly what he needed to make his way to the top step of the podium here in the pre-final. And Charlie Skripowski will win the Mini Swift pre-final. Checker flag. The 133 will see it first, almost 3 seconds ahead of Leonardo Tavares and Enzo Ramos rounding out your podium.
Cohen Shoecraft fourth, Franco Schiavo in sixth as Rafael Bateau pulls out the 5th place here. Trace Jackson, Braden Schoenbohm, and Mateus Guzman and Aiden Padilla finishing out your 10 karts here in the category. We're going to take a quick moment here because coming up next will be KA100 Jr. They are your next karts to roll, and when they roll out, well, buckle up because it's going to get wild.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here as KA Junior Pre-Final is now rolling here for your Saturday. And let's talk about your starting lineup. Samuel Martinez over Lucas Bertheno, Leighton Vogley with Achilles Spicaro, and Colton Bruck, your top 5. Santiago Orioli in 6th, Eva Malkahova in 7th, Sebastian Milanov in 8th, Thomas Fernandez in 9th, Jaden Lewis, Axel Garcia, and Sebastian Diaz-Stroll on the run here. You've got a lot of really, really strong drivers here up and down this grid. I'm going to go ahead and say to keep an eye on that Paralin driver of Colton Bruck. I think that is going to be the driver to watch here, that number 810 in 5th place.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun battle here. We got some really competitive drivers just coming through the field. Championship leader didn't exactly go the greatest of qualifyings here. And he is just going to have to see if he can make up some good pace here, because this can set you up for the for the main final, excuse me. And I mean, that could really put you in a really good spot if you could do well here in this one. We did have a wow.
Big moments off the race start here, and we're side by side all the way through. Multiple karts around. We've had nearly 8 karts of 12 involved in incidents early on here. Your top 5 able to get away well, but your leader of Samuel Martinez able to disappear into the sunset. 2nd place on back. Well, it's gloves out. It's fisticuff battling, and it's hard fought all the way through. But up front, Martinez, I believe, able to breathe with it, at least for a moment.
Yeah, Samuel Martinez got he was very lucky to escape that one. He's currently 3rd in the championship behind Leighton Vogley and Santiago Orioli. So it is going to be a fun battle with Vogley just behind, but Orioli is down in, now he's up into 3rd, taking advantage of some of that start line drama. But it is 7 minutes plus 2 laps here for the cadets. And then everything past this point. Actually, we still have a few more 7-minute runs, but it's going to be 7 and 8-minute runs coming through for the rest of the pre-finals. Or one group runs the 6 minutes plus 2 laps, being the Bambinos. And the KA100 Junior and Leighton Vogley leads the pack ahead of Samuel Martinez and Santiago Orioli. Funny enough, although in a bit of a mixed up order, they're your top 3 in the championship standings.
I would say that it will be interesting to get an idea of how this will play out for these top 3 as Leighton Vogley will work around here in the 822 up in the front. Samuel Martinez and Santiago Orioli right now in 3rd. Orioli, your fastest kart on track right now by about a second over Leighton Vogley. So time's continuing to improve. Lucas Berthana in 4th, Colton Bruck in fifth here as we watch the leaders really kind of try to navigate. There we go. That is a pass from Bruck down the inside on Lucas Berthana into fourth place. So Colton Bruck trying to find some pace here, trying to put that Parolin in a good position to work that number 810 up towards the front. And for Colton Bruck, it's a good attempt so far. Big shuffles for position here. Swap Maruski there, swap back along, try to defend to the inside. Little tap, inside turns to the outside. That's a swap for second place there between Martinez and Orioli, and a bit of a defense along. So second and third, they aren't working together. I was wondering if they would work together to get after Vogely. The answer right now is no.
Orioli did, up until just a few moments ago, did have the fastest lap, and that fast lap now belongs to Achille Sipurko, and they're going to continue to race along here. 53.773, best time now set by the Kart currently in P7 to 808, but Orioli, championship leader, up now in the second position, started fifth, so it's a very good recovery drive here in the dry. Now that the track has dried out, you can see the dry line forming, and I think it's well and truly formed now, and there's not a lot of wet spots on the track. I think even that massive puddle now that was right before the penultimate corner is still there, but it is very, very small compared to what it was very early on today. And Orioli did set the fast lap for a little bit until Colton Bruck came across the line, and now the 810 with the fastest lap. Vogely out of Orioli and Martinez are top three in this race and in the championship.
I would keep an eye out for Lucas Berthana right now, who looks to be very well in the mix for battles right now, going through there in a Sodi kart in fourth place and looking to close that gap very quickly. Doing a great job so far. Got back past Colton Bruck, who is still your fastest kart on track right now, up in the front here. Here we go. This is the battle for the lead starting to develop. Vogely in the Tony kart looks over the shoulder, looking at where to defend, and now it's head down, heading through the final couple of corners. That puddle to the inside is in such a bad position into turn 15, because if it wasn't there, I really think drivers could go for a big dive into the final corner, but with that puddle there, I don't think anyone looks to chance it. Vogely, Tony kart, the 820 or 816, Orioli there behind, looking to make a challenge with Orioli kart performance. Now looking, moves outside to inside, down the hill through the bridge, gets loose, gets slow, and now gets swallowed up, down to fourth, down to fifth.
Wow, that is heartbreaking stuff. I mean, it just takes, especially this more momentum-based style racing, it just takes one moment and your whole race can come crashing down. And that is a very unfortunate drop to fifth. We'll see if there's going to be any moves going to be made to try to potentially get them back through the field as they come across the line now. And that has been a very unfortunate drop there for the championship leader of Santiago Orioli. He dropped down to fourth, but almost dropped down to fifth right there as well. So it's been a tricky afternoon for him, but you said to keep an eye on Lucas Berthana. And Berthana is currently now up into second, who also just at the fastest lap of the pre-final with 2 minutes to go.
The Brazilian driver Lucas Berthana with Velocity Racing Sodi in the Sodi kart there in second place, looking to challenge through your top five, all nose to tail right now in one shot. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, and it's anyone's guess how it plays out. Big wide run there for Colt Bruck in fifth place. That 810 looking very, very fast, but just not as under control as the other four, but still has the pace to answer. Vogely up in the front right now, defending in the lead through turns 1, 2, through 3, and 4 we go. Now up the bridge and down, and it's close. What does the Sodi kart do here? Look outside, look inside, hard on the brakes to the inside. Pass for the lead, dive through, almost turns into a 2-for-1 special. Is Martinez had a quick thought of I'll go through. Martinez does go through, and now Vogely drops first to third. Make it first to fourth.
Massive positional changes here in this one. We've seen Orioli have a bit of a drop earlier, and now the former race leader, Leighton Vogely, will now drop down the order. It has been absolute insanity, this one here. And this is just the pre-final. We still have a final later on that's going to be 10 minutes plus the 2 laps. So, I mean, Lucas Pratana, the driver that you said at the very beginning that we need to keep an eye on, he is giving us every reason in the book to keep an eye on the Brazilian driver, as now it's going to be still some more fights for position for Martinez and Orioli trying to fight, trying to become best of the rest here. But, I mean,
oh, big spin!
Absolute
big spin from Vogli.
Big one. His stages went from bad to worse, and his car is stranded. He's trying, but he's got that car able to turn around. But that is a big moment for the driver who has such a good start to this race. Currently second in the championship. And he just, oh, it's been a tricky one here today for him. Just a very unfortunate one. But Orioli now up in the second position behind Lucas Pratana. About half a second back.
Up the hill, down the hill we go. 2 laps to go right now. It is Berthana, the Velocity Racing Sodi driver, currently leading in front here, followed by Orioli in Orioli Kart Performance. 3rd place here of Martinez, who is running through, trying to just find a bit of an answer to these top 2, but that gap has opened up a bit for the top 3. So right now they sit half a second separating each of them, and then Colton Bruck in 4th place in that 8-10. And what a fall from grace for Leighton Vogli, the 822, who was leading so much. An unfortunate self-spin, dropping well down the order here as we come along down on the front stretch. White flag out, 1 lap to go. And for Bertana, it is currently leading Orioli by half a second still. Needs to maintain it for 1 more lap.
I think that's going to be, usually that's a bit easier said than done, but I think Bertana's got this one. He just has to keep it consistent here. And we'll see if he does that. He's just going to have to just keep it steady. That's going to be the big one here for the 881. Making his way through. And this looks like it's going to be a beautiful win here today for the 881. This will put him in a good spot for the final. I mean, sometimes just staying out of the chaos does benefit you quite handsomely. As he's got the 1 last corner to go ahead and navigate. And Lucas Bertana will win the KA100 Junior Pre-Final. And what a race it was. Lots of drama here in this one.
Santiago Orioli pulls 2nd place with Samuel Martinez in 3rd, Colton Bruck and Achilles Saperco into 5th, Axel Garcia 6th, Sebastian Milanov in P7, Jaden Lewis in 8th, Leighton Vogli in 9th, Thomas Fernandez, Sebastian Diaz-Stroll, and Evan Malakova in P12 for your KA100 Junior Pre-Final. 8 minutes plus 2 laps produce some absolute action, and guess what? We go from this to shifters. So if you ever wanted to shift gears and see just how crazy that could get, 8 minutes plus 2 laps of shifters is going to get crazy here in
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today, we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race-ready training that carries into real life.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here as the shifter carts roll. And this is going to be a category where things get a bit chaotic quite quickly. 8 minutes plus 2 laps here for our shifter pre-final. And, well, buckle in because this is one that's going to get real exciting. Let's talk about the starting lineup as they sit, because it's shifter and shifter masters that are out and about for the go. And, well, looking at how qualifying went for them, it is going to be Dominic Karai who leads in the front, Scott Presti in second, James Andrus in third. Fourth place will be Andreas Boris with Maxime Tichon in fifth, Christopher Gierman in sixth, Rob Gorn seventh, Morn Van Tok in eighth, Brian Koberly, Vincent Schultz, Wayne Watts, Brian Erb, and Chris Kaiser, your 13 shifters to run through. Senior, of course, being led off by Dominic Karai up in the front with Maxime Tichon, your shifter master, also.
Yeah, and this is the one group that's actually running the outer layout. So this is the only race here of the day that is not going to go up and down the bridge. So they'll be running a different layout compared to the rest of the fields here today. So this one will be a bit different, but it should still be equally as exciting because these shifter cars are, I mean, just for the lack of a better way to say it, they're just so cool. They're just so much fun. And the rain is back. It is raining once again here. You can see the raindrops on the puddle, and this could add a whole layer of drama as they get ready for their grid start here tonight.
I will tell you right now, watching the radar, it has been pushing its way in for a little bit. The rain kind of stalling itself out off to the west of Bushnell, but it is starting to push east. Some pretty moderate rain here. Some yellows, a couple patches of red, not that far away. No lightning that I see, but it does look like just some moderate precipitation as the shifters are in position here in the grid slots. They'll get ready to rev up and get going. We're green, we're racing here up in the front. Everybody gets away well. It's already some big moments, and it looks like already one kart all the way off into the grass, knocking a flag over, not even able to get going.
Drama here at the get-go of the shifter senior and master finals, and that is just a big moment and not the way you want to start this race. And these carts are so complicated compared to all the other carts. Now we race another cart around. That is the 488. That is going to be Andres Forrest. And he's stuck. He's trying to push that cart around.
Yeah, he's got to get it turned around and get it. Man. So we lost Andres Boris, and it was Christopher Green who was off into the grass, who knocked over the flag. Hopefully no big cart damage there. It's Scott Presti to the point, though, with a 38-second lap heading through and along. And, yeah, there's your 486 of James Andrus. What happened there? That is an entire front end missing on a go-kart. Now, that is a rare sight to see there, and I would be surprised if they allow that kart to continue.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be probably get called in for repairs. I'd be surprised if that survived throughout the race. I mean, it's way protection, I guess, but that is, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a kart here that has actually had the front bumper just entirely gone. So that's definitely not ideal, and hopefully it should be a quick fix, but that has the potential to be a massive one, and probably a good amount of performance loss as well. So I'll be curious to see what's going to be the go for James Andrus currently in the 486, missing that entire just front bumper of the kart. I actually thought that the front and like the part leading up to the steering wheel, I thought that was just one piece. I guess it's not.
It is not there for the cover on top. So Gonna be interesting to watch and see how that one plays along as the shifter carts are getting their way along. 408 of Scott Presti in the lead over Dominic Karai in second. The Sodi driver looking to find some strong pace in that 496, closing the gap here little by little, running a 35-second lap last time through. 5.5 minutes left to go. Still plenty of time to close things up for Dominic to get past, and for Scott Presti, plenty of time to defend here into the end of this race. So continuing to keep the pressure on for Dominic Karai, that Velocity Racing Sodi now down the inside. Now that's a sin. Side by side now they go through the RS cart. Now getting past there from Presti, passed by the Sodi of Karai. Karai now leads here. Under 5 minutes to go, but it's one thing to pass, it's another to hold that gap.
Yeah, that's a very good pass there indeed, but you still got about a little over 4.5 minutes left to go to just try to hold on to that lead there for Dominic Karai. And he's going to really just try to hold that pace in the 496. As you know, Scott Presti trying to go ahead and try to bring him on back, trying to lasso him back in. But Dominic Karai just set the fastest lap of the race, about 0.4 of a second quicker than Scott Presti, who is 5 3/4 of a second back. This is going to be a very good run here indeed, as these drivers continue to try to press on. But as of right now, Dominic Karai is building out that gap.
Karai is showing some very, very strong pace over Scott Presti. Unfortunately, that RS cart losing that bit of pace that it had early on. 35.103, fastest lap of the weekend for Dominic Karai. Fastest lap of anyone all weekend for Dominic. And again, reminder, they don't run up the hill. They run just the outside layout. So they completely skip the middle part of the lap here, which is why their laps are 35 seconds for the shifters, but then having to go deep on the brakes through 12, deep on the brakes into 13 here, and then through 14 and 15, and having to drop down the gears very quickly, get things rotated, and then go up the gears here as we drop further back here. Another big battle that's continuing to develop.
Yeah, and it's such a technical battle that these guys are having here. And this is going to be a straight up fight between these two as they're coming through. It is going to be, oh, and that's a move of the inside from a good ways back. That is going to be number 68 of Lauren Van Tack, jumping up into fourth. What a good maneuver ahead of Rob Gore. And that was a beautiful move. It was set up perfectly and executed perfectly as well. Some very good action happening here in the pre-final. And this is the thing, this is only the pre-final. There's still the final left to go here as well, so we're seeing some very good stuff. MVT up into P4.
And for Morten Van Tok getting that number 68 up, that's a very, very strong move there to get into second place of Masters, and has some good pace. Is closing down the gap to the number 9 of Maxine Keyshawn, who is running in third right now. So Maxine looking to try to carry that gap in third, but that is easier said than done. I will tell you that, because that gap is being reeled in this time across the line. 36.3 to a 35.6, so the gap closing by over a second from the number 9 to the number 68 as they look to work along into the final 90 seconds plus 2 laps, and we're building up for a big battle for the lead in Shifter Master.
This could be a monumental battle for the lead here between these two very, very skilled drivers. As they make their way through side by side again. This is going to be huge. This is for the Shifter Master lead. Maxine Tycon ahead of Morten Van Tok, battling it out for position. They are trading spots. The carts are the same. The passion is the same. We'll see who can get the move done. This is going to be a good, absolutely cinematic battle happening here between Van Tok and Tycon. This is going to be a move up the inside for Morten Van Tok. He has found that inside line. and Lauren Van Tock jumps up into the lead of the Shifter Masters, and what a move it was. And he is even set the fastest lap to boot. Good stuff that we're seeing here from the Shifter Masters.
Great battle there to get up into third on the podium, and up front we jump, and we will get a bonus lap out of this, so it'll be 3 laps to go as they cross the line here for Dominic Karai, who is leading up front for the Velocity Racing Sodi team here, and is doing a beautiful job, I have to say, of mastering this Bushnell circuit and just making sure that that momentum continues. Last time gained half a second over Scott Presti. Scott Presti was doing a great job to defend, but that momentum unfortunately dropping away against the Sodi kart. So Scott Presti there in the RS not able to close in as we come up to 2 to go this time by. Dominic Karai, I mean, anything other than just strong performance here in the pre-final. Got past Presti, and then after the pass happened has been able to just hold it up in the front.
Yeah, almost 4 seconds now to the good for Dominic Karai. And he has done everything in the, oh, was that a kart that was off that I was seeing? That might be one of the karts from earlier, one of the earlier moments, but yeah, there, I do see a yellow flag off in the distance, and yep, that is a kart stranded. That might be Andres Boris, because he's already dropped a position. I wonder if that was him or one of the other drivers who had a moment a bit earlier on. But on the final lap now, Dominic Karai and Lauren Van Tock lead in their respective classes. And then the senior driver in the number 496 going to continue to make his way on through. He has seen the white flag, and now he's only got a handful of corners left to go here around the outer loop of the racetrack. Making his way through the 2 final corners now. He is at excellent pace here, and Dominic Karai is going to take the checkered flag. He will win in the Shifter Seniors, and it is going to be Lauren Van Tock leading, and he will take victory for the Shifter Masters. And then it is Scott Presti in P2, Maxine Tycon P4, Rob Gore, Ryan Coberly, Vincent Stoltz, and then Wayne Watts, Brian Erb, and Chris Kaiser rounding out your top 10.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Welcome to the future of
All right, and as you saw, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of chaos happening here in FLKC. Some drivers not even making it out for the KA Senior Pre-Final, as it looks like there was a big mix-up moment there about who could do what tire for what with rain back in the area. You see they closed the grid off. There were drivers not even with their helmets on still. So KA Senior, absolute chaos happening here, as it looks like drivers not able to fire off, and we will have drivers who don't even get out onto the grid.
Absolute scenes here in Bushnell, Florida, as here at Bushnell Motorsports Park. The rain is back, and it's back with a vengeance, as there's a massive flurry in the pits to go ahead and try to throw on the appropriate tires. And here we go. We're about to go racing, and we are racing here again for the KA100 Senior Pre-Final, and it is drama off the start here.
Mix-ups all the way up and down the grid. Chase Gassey at least started from last place, by the way. One of the drivers who unfortunately did get caught up in that mix-up of trying to get wet tires versus dry tires versus what were we doing along. And this is just where chaos reigns supreme now. Up in the front is Idavia, up in the front with Torres Ocasio, Manning, and Zeeks is up in the top four as they work their way through. Wyatt Downing in fifth to start things through. And well, we've got one driver off into the barrier outside of turn 11, and we've got chaos all the way up and down this field here, Patrick. It's 8 minutes plus 2 laps for this pre-final, and I tell you what, just getting to this first minute done has been absolute chaos. Look at the drivers spread out all over the place, everything shuffled along, as Nelson Torres Ocasio will be your driver in the lead to start.
Yeah, it was very, very busy in the pit lane as drivers try to fit on the wet tires and everything just going out. But boy, oh boy, some drivers are really just trying to get back in the mindset, as some drivers, like you said, Brad, just weren't even able to get out to the racing track, and it just continues to kick off. just everything just happening. This is probably the most intense and chaotic race I've ever seen.
And we did have a couple of wild moments there. We noticed it before we came back in. There were a couple of karts that their transponders registered across the line, but nobody else was out. The 916 of Lucas Donato and the 913 of Chase Gassie at Lee DQ'd from the session for leaving the grid early before they were allowed to leave. Now, that's going to be an interesting one to watch here later on because of just everything that happened. But the 916 and the 913, Chase Gassie at Lee, and again, that was Lucas Donato, currently running 12th. They are out of the session. They are DQ'd and will not be scored. They are showing on timing right now. We'll see if they pull off into the pits or what happens there. Christian Velez, by the way, the 907, was the driver you saw walking around out of the session. We've got big contact, and that involves the 915. Off and around, big contact, big moments through, and it's just everything's exploded here in KA Senior.
Yeah, I mean, I was caught on card there for a little bit, and I think that was the 929 that was on top there. Just absolute scenes here, and oh, big wiggle there. It looked like he was about to drift right into the puddle, and oh, off the track there again. So the race is just really kicking off. This is by far the most insane pre-final of the day so far, and just a random shower that just hit has thrown everything askew. Everything has just been blown wide open, and some drivers are really just trying to struggle to find a place, to find their place, to find any kind of pace, as the weather, as it usually does in Florida, doesn't make it as but there's battles side by side action happening, and you can just see he is just fighting that car coming through in a big slide through one of the hairpins. And whew, I mean, even from here in the commentary booth, Brad, these things look tricky to drive in this rain. The rain is coming down very heavily with a vengeance, and honestly, looking at our radar, it's going to get more intense from here.
I was going to say, honestly, this isn't even the heaviest part of rain. This is pretty moderate, all things considered, but it's just enough that it's mixing things up and down the grid here and shaking things up. Millers Jr. up in front, Torres Ocasio second, Ida Vea in third. We're looking at the battle right now for second of Torres Ocasio, Ida Vea, and Manning as they go through. Big dive to the inside here as the yellow flag is waving out of the bridge, and still battling it out for positions as we go under the bridge. Just shuffle everything along here. 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Right now, Stevens Miller Jr. up in the front, that 973 with a great lead so far.
Yeah, he's got a very good lead here, just about a second and a half up the road. And it's a three-way battle as drivers are just trying to, first of all, find grip. Everybody is sliding through those twin hairpins. As here we go now, coming to the line. And this is just going to be absolute scenes. As Stephen Miller Jr. currently finding the pace, and championship leader Frederick Manning up in the second place. The driver who started from the front of the field, Nelson Torres Ocasio, down in the fourth, as everything is just going rapid fire around here. And then Frankie is just staying in that third position, and wow, I mean, everything is just kicking off here. You have Evan Haggart getting ahead of Brian Santiago. That'll be for P12. And then you have Wyatt Downing ahead of Seth Walters. That was another positional change that happened on the last lap. And we still got 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. A bit of a wide moment there. Almost leads for a pass to be made. And this weather is making things very difficult for our drivers here in the KA100 Senior.
No surprise to see Stephen Miller up in the front, of course. Very strong driver who could pick up a Super Nats pole in the rookie year. And, well, if you can do that, then when you're the 973, you can find any time at any point here. Frederick Manning holding second place right now, just barely holding on to second place, I have to say, as the fight is so competitive here. Taking a look at our race leader of Miller Jr., who is just absolutely running away and along right now. Again, 5 seconds plus the gap with a minute left to go here in ever-changing conditions and just managing to, I mean, literally just work this kart as if it's a nice sunny day. That shows the strength and the racecraft that we have up in the front here in KA Senior. So as these drivers continue to work their way along, and I mean, this sets the bar here. It's Stephen Miller Jr. setting the bar for what needs to happen and who needs to try to take on Stephen Miller Jr. It's going to be close. It's going to be hard. I think into the final later today, we'll see if anyone can get it on the race start, but then try to defend it all the way through. Meanwhile, up front right now, it's just running away through. Less than 30 seconds left to go, and we've got shuffles for second place behind.
Yeah, that is going to be Frankie there in the number 976, getting ahead of Frederick Manning as a few more positional changes take place. As Wyatt Downing gets ahead of Tizanio Rosso, and then Hager making up another spot. This one on to Delampio, and this is going to be a very good battle just happening here. The 976 and the 969 having a very nice battle on this just very tricky track, and just coming through. Some drivers are really just, they're sliding through that hairpin. They're just absolutely just not having the rear grip to make it through one of the twin hairpins. And with 3 laps to go now, the timer's at 0. They'll get 2 more laps as they come across the line. And Stephen Miller Jr. still extending that gap. Now 5.5 seconds to Frankie Idevea.
Yeah, Frankie Idevea here trying to hold that second place through to the end here in the 976. Looking very strong, I have to say, here so far. Going under the bridge and along. Manning in third, Torres Ocasio in fourth. KA Senior, this race of attrition truly proving itself to be so challenging, because your fastest kart of anyone, by the way, is Wyatt Downing in fifth in the 905. But this 976, this RPG kart of Frankie Idevea, is doing such a good job right now of just staying smooth and consistent, and that is really what you have to do if you're going to be there up in the front. Here we go, looking back at Torres Ocasio and Downing again. For Wyatt Downing, the fastest kart on track in the 905. The 906 of Torres Ocasio not looking bad either, as last laps are started. Wyatt Downing has managed to get past Nelson Torres Ocasio and is looking to work through, but up in the front, Miller Jr., no competition.
Wyatt Downing also is the first driver in this pre-final to set a sub 1 minute lap. A 59.299 was the lap time he set. But the kart on your screen right now, Stephen Miller Jr., he has had pretty much almost no competition here in this one. And what started off as a very chaotic event, he has controlled that chaos, and he will go ahead and try to take a win here in the senior pre-final. He's got one more corner left to round out, and your winner of the KA senior pre-final, Stephen Miller Jr., will win with over a 5-second gap to Frankie, and then Wyatt Downing actually makes it up in the third position there right at the end.
What a great run from this KA senior field through some great attrition. We got 4 more pre-finals left to go. Coming up next, T4 Mini and 206 Cadets. Then it's T4 Juniors and 206 Juniors. Then we go Senior Master 206 and T4 Senior Master to round out the pre-finals here on your Saturday from Bushnell Motorsports Park in Florida.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, KartSim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. KartSim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as karts are out on track. It's T4 Mini and 206 Cadet that are now rolling for their pre-finals as they go here. Oliver Adams leads the points in 206 Cadet, and in T4, your current point leader in the Mini category is Grayson Kurtz, who will be looking to have a good run here. Starting from third, your front row will be Charlie Skripowski and Cohen Shoecraft. It's myself, Brad, joined by Patrick. Patrick, my friend, this is one of those that I always say, buckle in, things get a little bit crazy here. A majority of these karts are minis. We have 2 cadets that are out on track here. I know the T4s are quick. Can Charlie Skripowski hold on ahead of Cohen Shoecraft and Grayson Kurtz?
It's going to be a tricky one. It's not going to be a very easy thing to do, but it is definitely doable. I mean, it's going to be even trickier now. And they're doing the fist bump, showing some good sportsmanship. They're here having a good time tonight. And we're going to see how they do. If the weather is still as changeable as it was earlier on, then we get to see some drama happening here as they get ready. They're going to go ahead and avoid the puddle. And then they're going to go ahead around the final corner to go ahead and bring us racing it for 7 minutes plus 2 laps. Here at the T4 Mini and the 206 Cadet Pre-Final here on this fantastic Saturday afternoon. And we go green and we're racing, and it's a bit of a rough start there from Shoecraft. He does drop down the spot. Very good battling still, just coming through the field. Few positional changes as drivers make their way up and down the bridge. Can somebody get a good run to try to maybe make a lunge? No, not quite. It's not enough momentum on the opening stages. If you can get more momentum going up the hill, the downhill, you're going to be in a good spot to try to make that overtake, but not on the first lap usually. As Charlie Skripowski is going to try to hold on and continue his lead. He had a good run earlier on today, and he's going to try to continue this good run of form here at Bushnell.
Continuing to try to carry the momentum here along into the later stages of this race. Right now, again, we're just into the go here. 6 minutes plus 2 laps left to go, and up front, Charlie Skripowski will cross the line first here with Cohen Shoecraft in second, Grayson Kurtz in third, Cooper McAbee in fourth. Brody Picos was able to go up 1 position into fifth. Parker Kurtz was able to go up a position into seventh, with Luciano Iannozzi and Mac Berkmere losing positions respectively. So here in this T4 Mini 206 Cadet category, it's all about carrying momentum. It's all about carrying pace. Again, as a reminder, these T4s are a spec chassis here. Patrick, you compared them to a rental car earlier. It's the sealed engine. It's a set chassis that's all produced the same. So really a lot of it, most of it, all of it, I'd say, comes down to the person behind the wheel. And as of right now, Cohen Shoecraft holding off Grayson Kurtz. Looks like that might be the faster of the two right now.
Yeah, I mean, these pretty much, it's all the same package really. Like you said, you pretty much just buy the package in its entirety. And I think Shoecraft might have had a little bit of run over one of the rumble strips over there, that section of the racetrack. And too many moments like those can really just open the door for Grayson Kurtz to go ahead and try to get a pass for P2. As there's a few more passes that happen on through. Mark Berkmeyer getting ahead of Luciano Iannozzi, the leader of the 206 Cadets in that 750. As Shoecraft and Kurtz are going to continue to battle for P2. As Charlie Skripowski does have almost a second half on it, but look at this potential look of the inside for Grayson Kurtz. He tried it, he gave it a look, but just not enough room there, and he will still have to give it a go. 4 minutes left on the clock, and then 2 additional laps after the fact. And Skripowski does set the fastest lap of the race here so far with a 59.174. And we're going to see now as Shoecraft is starting to build up a little bit of a gap there to Kurtz. So it is going to be Cohen Shoecraft just crafting a little bit of the gap to Grayson Kurtz in P2.
Momentum continuing to carry along for the leaders up front of Skrapowski, Shoecraft, and Kurtz as they work along. They've pulled a 10-second gap to Cooper Maccabee in fourth. Charlie Skrapowski, a very, very smart driver and strong driver here running through. Charlie Skrapowski, of course, with associations with Parolin on the run, so will be a driver to keep an eye on, who also runs in the IAME minis and micros and has a lot of pace as well. The Parolin affiliated driver who won back, give you some ideas, has some wins in the T4, winning in the Kartplex Cup opener at Gateway Kartplex all the way back in February of this year, has had some strong runs, finished fourth in Micro Swift in IAME Grands here in April, and at USPKS in Carolina at Trackhouse, the season opener, finished sixth of 26 drivers there. Had a great round 1 and 2 as well in FLKC, finishing in the top 5. Tons of experience all the way up and down through, but right now here in this T4 is really, really looking the fastest that you could be for the weekend, which I guess in all grand scheme of things is exactly what you would want to do here in this T4 category here. Cohen Shoecraft in the go of second place. Cohen Shoecraft, also a driver with tons of experience and prior victories, winning at Kartplex round 3 in the T4. One, of course, in 206 Cadet in FLKC round 1 and 2, going along in the run. So for Shoecraft, this is going to be a continuation of momentum, winning again multiple times at Kartplex in the T4s and in the micro categories. So keep an eye on Shoecraft and on Kurtz and on Skrapowski. They all know how to win. It's really just a matter of who can nail the race start better and then who carries the momentum through. Big bounce off of the curbs there for Skrapowski going into the middle sector of the lap.
Skrapowski has actually got a pretty decent gap as of now. That bump might have just shortened the gap a little bit. We'll see when they cross the line, just the deltas that these drivers have to each other. Skrapowski still having the fastest lap so far. The only sub 59 on the track at the moment, a 58.696 current best lap time, and that gap did shrink marginally between himself and Cohen Shoecraft, but he's not under any immediate threat as it's going to be 3 to go. Got the rest of this up. We might have a bonus lap here depending on when Charlie Skrapowski is going to be able to come across the line, but right now it is looking like it's going to be 3 laps to go here in the T4 Mini and 206 Cadet Pre-Final. The number 0, I believe that is going to be Grayson Karutz, is going to continue on. Going to try to find every ounce of pace he can, trying to catch up to Shoecraft. Shoecraft in the 129, just putting in a pretty solid gap, about almost a second and a half in between them. And I think it is going to be, we do get the bonus lap, a bit of a wiggle there for Skrapowski. He does have the fast lap, and we will get a bonus lap. 3 laps to go here in the T4 Mini and 206 Cadet Pre-Final.
Those 3 laps left to go here as we continue to look up and down the field. Plenty of great battles all the way along for these drivers. Back in the 206 Cadet category, it's Luciano Iannozzi who is leading Oliver Adams right now in the number 750 versus the 756 respectively. Plenty of pace between those two, but you can see the difference between the T4s and the 206s. You can see where that gap difference and that pace difference really comes in here as there's Skrapowski working around here to come across the line. It'll be 2 to go when Skrapowski crosses the line, coming up on the back of Adams right now, and we'll be looking to put Adams a lap down here soon. Maybe not before the end of this race, but I would say probably we will see some lapping in the finals when we run 10 minutes plus 2 laps here. 2 laps to go, and Charlie Skrapowski, you got to say there in that Tilston T4, just such great calm momentum here now right to the back of the 756. Adams goes up and around, gets the pass done, and you can see the difference between those 2 karts. They run very similar, but there is a little bit more power in that T4, a little bit more pace, even though it is built to a specification, and it is truly feels like a run what you brung type series.
Yeah, it's a really fascinating card As actually, Charlie Skapowski he's just getting the most out of that package. As he set another fast lap, he's still one of only 2 drivers who've been able to set a time in the 58s. As he's coming up to more traffic now. Oh, he tried to avoid the puddle, but he runs into it. Is that gonna hinder him too much? Doesn't look like it. White flag is out. And it'll be the final lap now, as a few more drivers do make their way across the line. 3.5 second gap to Cohen Shoecraft for Charlie Skapowski. Currently in the lead now by a very good margin. He's had a pretty successful day, I would say, here. As he is, like I said, he is a driver that does compete in multiple classes. And he is looking to have another strong result. He won the pre-final in the mini Swifts earlier on today. So he has got some good pace in him today around this Bushnell Motorsports Park track. And now he's going to continue that pace on, coming on through the last couple of corners now. No competition behind. He just has to keep it going across the line. The celebrations are already starting. And Charlie Skapowski will take a second pre-final win of the day. He wins in the T4s. And what a race it was. Strong performances from start to finish.
Cohen Shoecraft in second, Gregson Kurtz in third, Cooper McAbee, Brody Picos, Mac Burkmeyer, Parker Kurtz, Luciano Iannozzi, Milo Wellborn, Oliver Adams, your 10 T4 Mini and 206 Cadet drivers who took on this run. Coming up next, T4 Juniors and 206 Juniors will take on 8 minutes plus 2 laps here around Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing?
And Kart's out on track here for the T4 Junior 206 Jr Pre-Final here, led by Riley Parks with Roman Poland, Dillinger Appel, and Mateus Gonzalez with Tyler Padgett and Ashton Pearson. Your top 6, Benjamin Chastain, Stephanie Miller, Noah Hopper, Tobias Matheson. Your top 10 out of 18 here running through. Your top 10 all your T4s with your 206 being led by Josiah Sutherland. It's going to be interesting to watch how this plays out here. Patrick, any predictions other than great battle?
Well, you took my only prediction I had. I'm kidding. Yeah, it's gonna be a good fight. It's really hard to get a read on the weather because I think it's gonna come down to just who can adapt to the changing track conditions the best. That's gonna be the key strategic element. But I think the driver of Roman Poland is going to be one driver to really, really keep an eye on here today.
I agree with that completely here. Let's see how it plays out here as they're being told, go slow, stay calm. Let's not do anything too crazy. The 721 of Julian Cordero Alcazar pulls off into the puddle. The more the drivers that hit that, the more that'll go away. We come through the tram lines. Green flag is out. We're racing, diving to turn 1 side by side. Both leaders off up in the front. Both leaders pulling in Parks off in the front. Mateus Gonzalez trying to capitalize. Now we have contact up in the battle for second. We've got a big stack up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts involved. Chaos reigns supreme, and somehow Roman Poland and Parks, Riley Parks, both go off the track completely, and somehow they're still in the front, battling along for the front.
Wow. Just the tenacity of these younger drivers to just push on after a crazy moment like that. That is, I mean, that's just adaptability. But look at this. This 4-cart Caterpillar just making its way through this final sector. And yeah, some positional changes, some moves for the inside. Some drivers trying to find a gap, trying to find their rhythm early on as we go ahead and get ready for 8 minutes here, 8 minutes here. Correction, 7 minutes. There we go. Things are finally updated. And here we go. 7 minutes plus 2 laps here in the T4 and 206 Junior Pre-Final. And we still have 2 more pre-finals after this one, Brad. This is gonna be fun. We did see some cars go side by side. A little bit of chaos here in this opening stage, but so far it has been great battles all throughout. And is there damage maybe on that 272? Because the front end looks significantly skinnier than everything behind it.
It would not surprise me a bit if that 272 is carrying some pretty moderate damage there from running off the track. We saw, of course, back earlier today, and I believe it was KA Junior, we saw drivers losing the entire front end of their carts after running off track at turn 1. You see here Poland and Parks trying to pull away, going through the final corner as Parks looks over the shoulder. Poland trying to pull through to the inside. A little bit of contact there. That's sketchy, and that's going to send Poland all the way off track, trying to go for a brave, unopportune move there to the inside. That move was never going to stick into 1 and 2. Went for it anyways, and unfortunately ends up off the track. We'll see if there's any calls made on that one. Parks versus Poland. Well, I tell you what, I gotta say, I think that was the 222's own doing, going for the move. But we're not done. Look at that. That's Gonzalez and Appel. Big off there. Saves it through from spinning into traffic. That's the 214 of Appel. Completely off.
Yeah, and there's not done yet. There's moves being made here. A bit of a switchback happening. We're seeing just absolute chaos happening here in the T4 and 206 Junior Pre-Final. And wow. Just a lot of action happening here as they're going to come through. I think there's even a bit of more contact as this order gets very much shuffled. As, I mean, you do have Riley Parks running away from this, but you do have Ashton Pearson, current championship leader. He is going ahead and trying to fight. He does have Tyler Padgett just behind, and there's another cart off as well. So carts are just going off left, right, and center. That is the 215, and that is Noah Hopper. He's off the track, and that might be his pre-final done and dusted here.
Noah Hopper looked like possibly a mechanical issue there, looking down to the right-hand side of the go-kart back at the engine. That is a big shuffle up for everything here, and Riley Parks somehow managing to get away with it all. Paget now down the inside to Pearson, getting a great pass there for second place. Pearson now slots back into third and will settle in behind. These T4s, tell you what, we said it's all about the driver behind the wheel. This is ages 12 to 15. This is where they're willing to go for moves that would work in cadets, but aren't necessarily going to work at this size. Younger drivers can make some interesting moves work at times that are more larger karts cannot do, but they have the racecraft to know that they shouldn't go for the move, but they have the gumption to go for those moves anyways, and we're seeing that game of attrition really start to play itself out right now. 3.5 minutes left to go. Riley Parks currently leads by 2.5 seconds over Tyler Paget. Ashton Pearson there in third, right behind as they come through the final corners. Fourth place there, Tobias Matheson, not that far off either. And look at this battle for second has now developed again as we try to switch back, switch through, switch along. And Benjamin Chastain, that is the orange helmet there in fifth, who is right up behind.
They are shuffling these positions like a deck of Uno cards as they're trying to just skip ahead of their opponents. And there we go. That's another pass there. And that is going to be the championship leader of Ashton Pearson and Tobias Matheson. Matheson's coming back through, though, in the number 333 or 220 or 233, excuse me. Just so much action, I can't even read numbers. More action happening through as Benjamin Chastain going to continue on, and that position is going to get traded back. These drivers are trading these positions all the time, and that's why we love this category. These drivers in these T4 carts, once again, these are the same kind of almost rental style carts. These are spec packages here fighting, so this is just coming down to the drivers who can carry the momentum, who can carry the speed. And right now it is one Tobias Matheson up into P3 now, and he will get one ahead of Ashton Pearson, championship leader, stuck in P4 at the moment with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. I mean, just based on the evidence that we have seen throughout this race, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, anything will happen. That is the nature of this junior category as they work their way along, and they are absolutely not pulling punches. They are not going for any sort of calmness. They are here and they are ready to race. Parks up in the front, still sitting through. Of course, we talked about Ashton Pearson sitting in fourth place. Ashton Pearson, a very, very strong driver here. 34 podiums in history here, looking through for the T4 driver who's been quick time and time again, has wins at the T4 Kartplex as well in the back pocket at the Cup opener and back in round number 3 and 2 for the Kartplex Cup at Gateway Kartplex and T4 Kartplex. So plenty of knowledge there as battles continue. Look at that swap for position along here as Riley Parks still continues to lead.
Yeah, Riley Parks is trying to park it into the winners column here in this pre-final, and this is still going to be just good racing here as things have finally kind of settled down in this mid-pack here. But Ashton Pearson and Benjamin Chastain are still pretty close to each other, so we can see them have a really good scrap later on, going a bit over the curbs there, running a bit wider than some of his rivals there. And that is going to be the 223 of Tyler Paget making his way through. Pass for Matthias Gonzalez and Joyce Lynn. Joyce Montesino is just falling back outside of the top 10 as Riley Parks just set the new fastest lap of the race on that last lap of 58.015. And honestly, we might even see a sub 58 around this one. It'll be 3 laps to go now once they cross the line. And oh, that's a big one there. The 713 pulling off. That is one Maximilian Santoro having a bit of a problem.
It's unfortunate to see that attrition coming in so far into this pre-final here as we're coming along, heading towards the 2-to-go signal, this time by for our leader, Riley Parks. By the way, looking back at the battle in 206 Jr right now, Hugh Coker is leading Lucas Stokel right now, not by much, by about half a second is the gap between 206 in first and second place for them, running currently P10 on the go here as Hugh Coker has, or P9 and P10 overall, as we have, of course, lost Noah Hopper for what appeared to be a mechanical failure there. You see Noah sitting off to the side. Under the bridge we go with this 2-to-go signal, and for that 272 of Riley Parks, it has been a very, very good day here. Avoided some of the carnage at the beginning and just managed to take off and go away here. 29 podiums and 12 wins on the record books. Looking to add another win here on the go here. Tons of wins in 206 Jr and now running T4, where a majority of runs have been had, and looking to add into the record books another win here. Coming across the line, white flag, 1 lap to go. Gap crossing the line over 3 seconds.
Very good pace there from the number 272. And yeah, sometimes, like we talked about earlier on, and like you and I have said a few times during the sim racing coverage that you and I have done together, Brad, just keeping your nose clean and staying out of trouble can be a huge advantage. And sometimes, I mean, granted, Riley Parks is the quickest kart on track at the moment, but sometimes you don't even have to be the quickest kart on track. You just got to be the one that stays out of trouble, and it can benefit you so massively in these races. And Riley Parks was able to benefit from that very, very nicely as they're coming around the last couple of corners now. There is a lapped kart just up the road ahead, and that is going to be an easy pass there. Just coming to the line now. The checker flag is waving, and Riley Parks can park it in the winners column. Riley Parks wins the T4 and 206 Junior Pre-Finals. And it is going to be Hugh Coker winning in 206 Juniors. Tyler Padgett, Tobias Matheson, Ashton Pearson, Benjamin Chastain, and then Dillinger Appel, Stephanie Miller, Matthias Gonzalez, Hugh Coker, and Lucas Stokel rounding out your top 10.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team, it's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got? Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. I just love shopping. I love shopping too. Oh my gosh.
Wait, do you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrier.com. At ShopPayCarrier.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrier.com.
Who is he talking to? No idea. But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal. Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Kart's out on track. It is time for 206 Senior and 206 Master Pre-Final to get rolling here live from Bushnell Motorsports Park here in Bushnell, Florida. It's myself, Brad, joined by Patrick Coleman here, and it's going to be Carlo Rossetti leading out the 206 Seniors with Summer Whited in second, Esteban Munoz, and Jaden Cassis, your top four here on the go. For 206 Masters, we only have two, and it's James Hare leading Manny Sola.
And I do not believe actually Manny Sola took part in qualifying earlier. So it'll be interesting to see the battle between James Hare and Manny Sola. This is going to be a fun one as they go ahead and get lined up. One of the bigger classes we have here tonight. It's our penultimate pre-final. This one is going to be 8 minutes and 2 laps. They're actually going single file for this one. We'll see just how they go. I think they're all just trying to avoid that big puddle. We do see that it is going to be Summer Whited trying to go ahead and trying to find a little bit of extra tire temp at this stage, but here we go. Now we're going to go ahead and get ready to go side by side and get ready to go. And it's green flag and away we go. It is going to be Summer Whited, who does make a good lunge for the lead here. A few positions changing back and forth as we do go through. And we're going to see some good battles coming up and down the bridge. Who's got the momentum to try to make a pass stick? It's going to be a lot of drivers going side by side here, just trying to find their pace at this stage, in the early stages of the race. Summer Whited now. Is there a bit of a wide moment there? That's going to open the door for Jaden Casas to go ahead and get the pass done. And sometimes all you need is just that one slight bit of opportunity and a big snap there. And it's going to cause them to drop all sorts of positions at this stage. Definitely not the start you would have wanted to have as we continue to make our way through the first lap here of the 206 Senior and Master Pre-Final. Some more passes, actually using a little bit of the water for a little bit of pass. And Carlo Rossetti does take the lead ahead of Esteban Munoz and Summer Whited. And then it is still James Hare in the lead of the 206 Masters.
So seeing positions shuffle up early here at the end of lap 1 as drivers try to work their way along up and down this field into the positions as they try to get ready to finish out this go. 6.5 minutes already left to go on the clock. This race moves very fast. You don't get a lot of time, so you need to make sure you don't make any big errors early. Right now, Carlo Rochetti up in the front looking very strong. There's a pass for 5th going through, and that is Jaden Cassis getting past Pedro Crispum there on the go, continuing to shuffle those positions early in the mid-pack. Big losses here. James Herrick down 2 places. Dylan Almeida down 3 places. That was the driver that we saw go off very, very wide heading into turn 14 is up front. We still hold single file this time through with Senior and Masters. They work their way along, still just trying to carry momentum through turn 3 and 4 up the hill to go down the hill towards turn 5. It's so easy to lose your momentum on the hill and heading through the corners that it's really a big focal point, and that has turned into so much bigger of a passing zone than I truly thought it was going to be here today.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised to actually see so many passes come through there today, but we do have the 324 trying to get a move done here, trying to maybe fight into the podium spots here, as Jaden Casas is going to be ahead of Pedro Crispim, excuse me, as they continue to fight now, trying to fight for these positions very early on. But while this is happening, our front two are still battling. Carlo Rochetti and Esteban Munoz still fighting to try to find some kind of ground, find some kind of position, as Carlo Rochetti now is just barely ahead, less than a 1/10.5 ahead of Esteban Munoz. And this is going to be just a good fight here. Almost a look for the inside for Esty Bestie, as he tries to prove that he is the Esty Bestie in the field here today ahead of Carlo Rochetti. And these two are going to continue to duke it out. And Munoz is currently on the fastest lap, a 59.103 for the 309.
See what Esteban Munoz can do against Carlo Rochetti. Again, this top two, they are just really playing the game. You see the look over the shoulder from Esteban Munoz, trying to look to see where is 3rd place at, where is the battle behind going to come from here in 206 Senior. And right now, I'm glad to report for them that there is a big gap behind here in 206 Senior. They have nothing to worry about right now. Esteban Munoz is a very, very smart driver with a lot of pace here, heading through and looking at the go, has a multitude of podium finishes at AMR in the 206 Senior category, and looking to pick up a win here at Bushnell today would be a great, great run. And those two working together right now over Crispum, they've pulled over a 3-second gap as they head under the bridge through into the 3rd part of the lap. And the more of a gap they can carry, the better that's going to be. Almeida there in 5th was running very, very wide there. That allowed Summer Whited to try to look to close in the gap. So Summer Whited started 2nd, is currently down in 6th, but I would not count out that 377 just yet. 3 minutes left to go.
Yeah, and actually just taking a look at the current championship standings, the driver currently in P2 is actually P8 in the championship. He missed rounds 1 and 2, and he showed up for round 3, and he did take a win in the final, but didn't have such great luck in round 4. So looking to make some very good moves here in this stage. But here we go. We got a massive conga line of cars battling here, as the 334 is going to continue just moving along here, as we do see a good fight here between the 334 and the 305, and that is going to be Pedro Crispim and Dylan Almeida as they continue to fight here. Oh, and you do have some really good contenders behind. Ethan Bellis just behind, ahead of the championship leader of Summer Whited. Summer Whited is your current championship leader, but not exactly having the strongest of pre-finals here, as currently they are in P6, but still a good amount of racing to go, and we still have the final later on tonight to try to recoup some of those points.
Finals still to come, and the final for this group will be 12 minutes plus 2 laps of action here. The junior, senior, master categories run 12 minutes plus 2 laps. Cadets run 10 minutes, and Bambinos will run 7 minutes for their finals. This is our penultimate pre-final group here. 90 seconds plus 2 laps left to go as we watch these battles continue to develop. This has been a case of attrition here early on. This has been a case of just momentum through the weather. It's been ever shifting through the day, and remembering again back to qualifying, the track was in a much different condition than it is right now, and you can see how that has developed this race up and down the field as we have one kart well off and through and spun around here as we try to get back rolling, and that is not the place you want to spin coming down the hill there into the final part of the lap. You lose so much momentum now all the way back to the back of the pack, and that was Pedro Crispum in the 334 who is now down into 5th. That was actually Zachary Seymour who had spun.
Yeah, and what a sicker falling down the order as well. That is the number 325. Also, maybe having another similar-ish moment because they both dropped down the field pretty quickly here. As it is still going to be a strong battle between Rossetti and Munoz. They're still just really close together, but this battle right here, Almeida and Bellis also really close together as well. So you have 2 separate groups battling here. Probably actually got quite a few very strong battles just coming on through. Crispum and Whited still fighting out for a position, and here is your battle for the race lead as Esteban Munoz ahead of Carlo Rossetti. The 309 trying to take on the 375. And this could be a good one. It almost looks like he's about to take a move up the inside. Is he going to go ahead and try to go under the bridge? And they're going to continue their scrap here as when they cross the line, it should be the final 2 laps of the session here. And our penultimate pre-final is about to enter its penultimate lap here. And good racing here, as there's also opportunity there for Esteban Munoz to make the move. They are nose to tail right now, coming through the final corner, and it'll be 2 to go once across the line.
It's interesting to me that Esteban Munoz keeps looking over the shoulder here and trying to look around at who is near, as there is nobody. Here we go, pass to the inside, and that is how you get a pass done, going through up into the lead now. Esteban Munoz over Carlo Rossetti. Now Rossetti wants to respond here, going down the hill into turn 5, not able to do so. Now under the bridge, we're going to go into the back half of the circuit, and this is where Rossetti is going to have to get a little bit more pushy here on Munoz to try to get this pass back here. The Nash Motorsports driver looking very, very strong here, trying to find a way through, trying to find a way along. We'll see if there is any sort of response from Carlo Rossetti in that 375 heading down into the final couple of corners here for Carlo Rossetti. And now last lap, it's Munoz ahead of Carlo Rossetti, the Nash Motorsports driver in second place. Can we get back to the lead here on the final lap?
Final lap of our penultimate pre-final, and it is Munoz ahead of Rossetti here, and this is going to be a good fight. And here's a little bit of a fun fact for you. Their 2 best laps, this is going to be a move for the lead. It was going to be an attempt, but the switchback is there. And Carlo Rossetti is still going to go side by side. Doesn't quite have the space there to make the move. Can't quite make the pass yet. Their best lap of the session is literally only 1,000th apart. Rossetti with the 59.102, Munoz with the 59.103. It just shows you how evenly matched these 2 drivers are. It is the final lap, and we're going to see now Rossetti trying to get some kind of momentum. He looks one way, he takes a peek at another. Defensive moves there from Esteban Munoz, but it's going to be a move on the inside. No, not quite. Not quite the move. Despite everything, it is going to be Esteban Munoz taking the win. And in a closely knit battle right at the end. That one could have really went either way here, Brad.
Absolutely. Third place here will be Dylan Almeida with Ethan Bellis in fourth. Summer Whited recovers to fifth. Pedro Crispum in sixth. Seventh, Jaden Cassis and Leonardo Fernandez Palante up from 13th to finish P8. Juan Carlos Matute and Eduardo Seacher is your top 10. One more pre-final left to go. It's T4 Senior and Masters coming up next.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here where our T4 Senior Masters are out on track. They are trying to get formed up here. Looks like we'll probably get an extra lap around here to go through as they send them back around an extra lap. The caution flags are waving here. It's myself, Brad, joined by Patrick. We have confirmed finals will start at 2:30. So if you're looking for what time finals are going to come through, it will be 2:30 Eastern time to kick off your finals. So that will be a shortened up lunch break, of course, with the weather this morning and warm-ups this morning. Kind of things getting shaken up has, of course, affected the schedule a little bit here, so they will adjust accordingly. Again, your finals here on Kart Chaser will start at 2:30 Eastern time, 1:30 Central, and for those of you on the West Coast, I'm going to be real honest, I don't know West Coast time that well. I want to say that's 10:30 West Coast time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not on the West Coast either. I'm on the East Coast, so our time zones are the same, Brad. So I'm not too sure exactly, but I mean, we can ballpark it, you know. As we go here side by side, they're being told to slow it on down as we get ready for the final pre-final of the afternoon. And it's green flag, and away we go. Here it is still going to be Liam Jezerek going to continue on, getting a good launch there in that sea blue kart as the T4 kart's going to go on through. Remember, these are basically the spec series karts here. So this one's going to come down to driver skill as there is a massive gaggle of karts. Everybody just trying to jockey for position, trying to muscle their way through, and there's two karts off into the grass, and I can already just feel the frustration that some of these drivers might be feeling at this stage.
Big battles continuing along, continuing side by side, some wheel-to-wheel contact. Tons of karts getting mixed up in this as they work their way along and head down through the final corners. First lap will be done here. 6.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Little bit of argy-bargy in the mid-pack, but up front it is Cheserek, Whitney, and Foley, your top three. Frederick Manning has dropped down the order. Jack O'Keefe has dropped way down the order, down 9 places into P16, as up in the front, your top three, Cheserek, Whitney, Foley, continue to battle it out side by side for the lead. They go, a little bit of a dive to the inside, and this is where that racecraft is really going to have to come in handy as they work their way along underneath the bridge, heading into the final half of the lap. Cheserek, Whitney, Foley continuing to fight.
They are continuing this fight here indeed, and this is going to be a good fight, as this is one of our larger classes on the afternoon. And I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how this final is going to pan out. But Cheserek is going to continue to fight. Side-by-side action. This might be a move. Might even be a bit of the puddle. He backs out to avoid the puddle as they come through. Right now, it is going to be James Foley in the lead. I wonder if it's related to Mick Foley by any stretch. That'd be neat to see. But making our way on through, it is still going to be Frederick Manning, fastest lap of the race so far, 58.629 for the 369 at P6. As it is going to be James Foley leading the pack here. He does have Phoenix Whitney just behind, and Liam Cheserek dropped down into third. And this is going to be just a beautiful one here. And this is always such a competitive class, especially when you're basically all in the same cart. You're basically all in the same cart, so this one really just comes down to skill.
That it truly does, and there's tons of skill, and also I will say, it's not all just skill. There is a little bit of lady luck that comes into play as well, though, for these drivers. So if you can get a lot of skill, a little bit of luck, and just the right amount of racecraft to all play in, you mix that up in a bowl, and well, it might not be a smoothie, but it's certainly going to be a victory if you can get away with it here in the T4 Senior Master Final. As they work their way along here down the hill, and your top five still holding nose to tail all the way through, then that is where it will continue to just play through, because, again, hold that nose to tail for now. Try to just build the momentum, keep the pressure alive, and see where you can get yourself in the end. Less than 4 minutes to go, and James Foley currently looking secure up in the front.
Looking really good at this stage of the race, but we know how things go. It just takes one slight lapse, one slight moment, and your whole race can be just flipped on top of its head. And we'll see if that one comes to pass. We've seen a few leads dropped here, but usually once you get in that lead and find your rhythm in the lead, then things become really, really easy and simple to manage as the drivers go through. Phoenix Whitney still trying to pile on the pressure. As some good battles here. Oh, it's going to be tight. Looks like it's going to be a move up the inside. But the door, it gets slammed shut. And positions will not be changing at this stage. Some positions might change a bit further down the field. And there's going to be some good, hard racing action. They're coming through part of the twin hairpins now. And we'll see if anyone's going to try to lunge up the inside. Somebody goes wide, and that's going to be a good opportunity for an overtake. It just takes that one slight moment for an opportunity to present itself. And having to take that offensive or defensive lunge to move away from the puddle, as Frederick Manning does get ahead of Tanzan Bowling. And that is going to be, and also for the T4 Masters, the pole sitter for T4 Masters of Daniel Costa actually passes Alexander Dalbot-Cologne for P12 overall.
Battles continue to move through as we're 2 minutes left to go in this race. And look at the top five all holding each other very, very honest, not allowing anyone to make a mistake, keeping this challenge through. Whitney looks very close to Foley here, loses a little bit there, but will gain back in as they continue to work up and down the order. No, big spin there going through, and another cart goes off. That is not at all what you want to see all the way around, because that changes everything in the mix there. That was a big spin there for Taysom Bowling, dropping way down the order. Brody Robbins losing positions and dropping down, and well, that changes everything in the mid-pack.
Yeah, that is just unfortunate there for just Taysom Bowling, and sometimes you just strike out on luck, and that's exactly what happened. He just spun out, fell a bit down the order, and it's just going to be a tough one there. And actually, also Brody Robbins has also dropped a bunch of positions. He has the fastest lap currently, so maybe something happened with him as well in the T4 Seniors, and that is not ideal. So we should be getting another 3 laps here on the race. About a minute left to go. When they cross the line, they will be pretty much 3 laps to go here in the final pre-final of the day here at Bushnell Motorsports Park. And here we go. It's top 5 remaining the same. Stephen Miller Jr. does continue on as the pole sitter. Oh, sorry, that is someone with a similar last name to the pole sitter. That's going to be Landon Cheserek and not Liam Cheserek. And he drops down 3 positions on that last lap. And Bowling dropping another position to Jack O'Keefe.
Time is officially out on the Senior Master pre-final. It will be 2 laps to go when the leaders cross the line. And when they cross the line, that will send things into an absolute frenzy in the top 5 here, as James Foley is leading along to cross the line here and going into the final corner, heads down the front stretch, crosses the line here to start off these final 2 laps. Foley currently leading by 4/10 over Whitney, with Hager, Cheserek, and Manning your top 5. Christian Velez has now fallen well down the order. He will drop through the number 370 out of this race, it would appear. And that is going to shake things up a bit more from 6th place on back, as your top 5 now all sit truly nose to tail with a lap and a half to go.
A lap and a half to go, and this is going to be just a good one here in this pack. I mean, you just got to be careful, and you got to feel bad for Christian Velez. He had some pretty good pace here. He was only a handful of tenths off of the fastest lap of the race, so that's a really rough time in the office for the 370. As now he will go over a lap down. We also lost Daniel Canales very early on in the session as well, so it is still James Foley ahead of Phoenix Whitney, but look at that gap. It is less than 1/10 of a second between the two, and is it going to be a move for the 327? Phoenix Whitney rising from the ashes and rising up in the P1, and it's going to be, tell me we're not going 3 wide down the bridge. Yes, we are. And oh, shuffling wide. Oh, that's scary stuff. It is the final lap. Phoenix Whitney up at the front, getting the move done when they needed to. And we'll see now as they come through the last couple of corners on the track. And now they're coming through the twin hairpins. Phoenix Whitney getting that move done at a crucial stage of the race. Side-by-side action still happening all throughout. And there we go. It's going to be a run here. You can just see the top 5 nose to tail. 1 corner left to round out. And it is going to be a good run to the line. Going to be a drag race, but it's still going to be Phoenix Whitney into the lead, into the win, ahead of Evan Hager and Frederick Manning, your top 3. James Foley, then Liam Cheserek, and then Stephen Miller Jr. ahead of Andrew Naraki. Daniel Costa winning in the Masters, and then it is going to be Alexander Delpon Colon and Jack O'Keefe rounding out your top 10.
What an absolutely amazing run there in T4 Senior to the end, but that concludes our pre-finals. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back at 2:30 when Bambino rolls out for their 7-minute plus 2-lap final. We'll be back here on Kart Chaser.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chaser, where it's time for some finals. We're kicking things off with the Bambinos. 7 minutes plus 2 laps of action coming at you here. Going through our entire class lineup as it was this morning. We just add a little bit more time to the finals, and then we get things rolling here. And it's going to be a standing start for the Bambinos. We're waiting to see the green flag, and we're racing.
Some good action here to kick things off as we are rolling here with the first final of the afternoon. And this is going to be Lionel Tyminski going ahead and taking the lead in this early stage here, but it's going to be a good run down the hill. And we're going to see if Pablo Cervantes, who has been very strong all day today, we'll see if he can go ahead and continue to improve and to show that good pace that he's had all day. He took pole, he won the pre-final. Let's see if he can make a 3 for 3 here in this Bambino final round.
Going to be a strong fight here through. Again, 7 minutes plus 2 laps for Bambinos. We add on 1 extra minute, which should give about 1 to 2 extra laps of action here in this Bambino category for these drivers as they battle their way through. Already top 2 along here, and then you see there is some 2 wide, there is some 3 wide action. The puddle is mostly gone that was going into turn 15 here, Patrick, so we are seeing things dry up quite a bit here in Florida, which is helping out a lot for these drivers as we're seeing, again, that track ever evolve and change. And again, checking back on the weather, we're seeing the weather evolve as well, and we're seeing things, well, move away from us here at the track.
Just wait till about halfway through, and then it's going to be torrential downpour again, and it's going to cause a little bit of chaos. But as we continue on, some good pace here from Pablo Cervantes once again, back into the lead. And he was at the fastest lap time by about 3 seconds. That is a blazing fast lap time there from Pablo Cervantes, trying to go ahead and make a 3 for 3 here. Getting the hat trick here tonight would be absolutely fantastic. I think he's one of the few that actually could pull off the hat trick here tonight, as the Bambinos do continue to make their way around. About 4.5 minutes left to go. And it is going to be the best time of the session once again for Pablo Cervantes, a 1:08.205, as we do see Ilian Gomez setting the personal best time for the T4 Bambinos.
Continuing to watch these times improve and evolve through as we see the battles continuing along through the middle parts of the lap. In down the hill to go under the hill, these T4 Bambinos and Miami Bambinos continuing to battle along here, while it is 2 Miamis leading the T4s up in the front. Knox Shelton there in the 0, continuing to apply some pressure for 3rd place here as Pablo Cervantes up in the front right now has pulled a significant gap and continues to find a large margin to get away here over Lionel Tyminski. It's so impressive to sit back and watch and see where that gap is forming. A 1:07.5 for Pablo last time through, whereas we're watching up here in the mix with Tyminski, Gomez, and Knox Shelton, a 1:13.6 for Lionel Tyminski. So that is the pace difference, a 1:07 to a 1:13. That is a massive difference in pace for those 2.
Yeah, and actually this is the only round this season that Pablo has actually taken part of here. So, I mean, he's currently just trying to go for the 100% win streak as we go along. Tyminski now trying to go ahead and continue on his strong pace here today. Lionel Tyminski trying to continue, but then you do have Ilian Gomez still holding on to that P3, but there's some stiff competition right behind. Knox Shelton trying to go ahead and get a move there. It's a battle between the two T4 Bambinos fighting for a third overall. Gonna be moved now. It was looking like it was about to be a move of the inside. You can see Knox checking over the shoulder under some pressure now from one Adam Martins. Adam Martins previously was your championship, or currently is your championship leader. But it has been a tricky day in the office for him here this afternoon. With about 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, anything can happen here in our first final of the night.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to watch here going through for the finals, how it plays out. Again, it's never over till that checkered flag comes out, but you got to say for Pablo Cervantes, it has to feel pretty good right now. Lionel Tominski in second, Eileen Gomez in third, and Knox Shelton fourth, with Adam Martins in fifth. Thiago Veloza has gotten past Colt Shelton to swap positions for P6 and P7. Thiago Veloza in that number 1 cart has managed to go up 5 places on the day so far. Continuing to watch this battle here in the mid-pack as it works its way through. Again, this is for third place. This is Gomez, Shelton, and Martins and Veloza that continue to battle their way along, and just looking to see where they may find themselves near the end, as we're under a minute plus 2 laps left to go as they cross the line. And right now you can see all of these drivers really pushing their way along. Knox Shelton especially leaning into corners, doing everything possible to try to find a gap to get up into the front.
Yeah, and in these momentum-based races, right, where the more momentum you can carry on through, the better, and it just helps you out so much. There's a lot of different tricks to really just increase momentum. Is there an issue there? Because I see one car drastically slowing down. Is that Ray Garcia having an issue in his kart? That is, I'm not sure if somebody was going drastically slower. They may have picked it up now, but it looked like somebody was actually slowing down quite a bit. We'll see when they come back through the field, as it is going to be 2 more laps left to go here after they cross the line. Pablo Cervantes still has a huge gap to Lionel Tominski, about to move to the outside. Was going to be attempted. Is it still going to be a move sent up the inside? The answer is no. They're not going to go for the move just yet. And it is going to be Thiago Veloza. He's going to go ahead and continue to improve, just ahead of Adam Martins and Colt Shelton. Those are going to be from P5 to P7 as they continue to pace along around here. And we're going to just see who can go ahead and wrap this up, as we are just about to hit the final lap here on the day.
That we are. Pablo Cervantes crossing the line now to kick off 2 to go here. That is the gap that Pablo Cervantes has built, 30 seconds across this race. That is how significant that pace difference has become for the leader here, as this is Tominski in second place that we're watching coming through towards the line now to take 2 to go next time by. But that gap continuing to evolve here as the number 12 works along through. That is Lionel Tominski going through. Look at the battle for third there. Gomez and Shelton and Veloza, they have managed to open this battle up, as well as Lionel Tominski is on 2 to go. Thiago Veloza will come across in third, with Ilan Gomez in fourth, and Knox Shelton to the 5th place coming along into the final few runs here. So here we go. Checking in with Pablo Cervantes coming through turn number 13. Heading towards 14 now, over a 35-second gap. Just somehow, I don't know what the difference in pace is between Pablo Cervantes versus everyone else, but this Pablo Cervantes number 88 Bambino kart has managed to just absolutely take off. A 107 last time through. Gap is going to be sitting at about 40 seconds to start the final lap.
To put this into context, he is almost 5 seconds quicker on his best lap compared to anybody else. The only driver that is within 5 seconds in terms of the fastest lap. There's two drivers, or actually, excuse me, there's one driver, and that is Thiago Velosa, the only driver within 5 seconds in terms of the fastest lap. So Pablo Cervantes in that number 88 with the red and blue helmet. He is making his way through the twin hairpins for one last time, and it looks like it's going to be the perfect hat trick across the board, and he is going to go ahead and take it as long as he can make it through the last couple of corners on the racetrack. He's got one more corner left to go past a puddle that used to cause a little bit of trouble. Now it's nothing more than a wet spot on the track, but Pablo Cervantes makes it 3 for 3. He will win the first final of the afternoon, and the triple crown for Pablo Cervantes is complete here.
Colt Shelton, Shelly Miller crossing the line there, 10th and 11th respectively on their runs, as Tominski and Thiago Velosa are still looking to finish their laps, with Gomez and Knox Shelton 4th and 5th respectively looking to finish their laps as well. Still coming through the final couple of corners. There they are on the bottom of your screen coming through. This is the battle for 4th and 5th going through. Gomez and Knox Shelton working their way through. Look to the inside there for Gomez, trying to get past Knox Shelton. Velosa does lock in 2nd. Tominski in 3rd. Knox Shelton 4th. And Gomez in 5th, with Martins, Coligao, Garcia, and Chavez, with Colt Shelton and Shelly Miller rounding out your field. That's your first final of the day done. Your next final coming up is Micro Swift. Here in just a moment, Micro Swift will be running 10 minutes for their final. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today, we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
And now out on track is going to be your Micro Swifts for their final. And let's talk about how they will start things out, because they are going to be a very, very competitive group here to get themselves rolling. Patrick, this is one of those classes looking at the Micro Swifts and how they went through. Their pre-final this morning was absolutely wild, and it was Nascimento who took the top with Grayson Waite, Joaquin Doe, Adam Koger, Koshkar, and Lucas Clavillo, who actually picked up a penalty out of the pre-final, along with Luciano Iannozzi, Ethan Martins, and Peter Gazowski picking up penalties for pushback bumpers on the go. So Bernardo Nascimento will be starting in the front with Grayson Waite to the outside.
Yeah, and it's going to be a fun one because he's another driver that can really just take a near clean sweep here this weekend, or at least today here on the Saturday. It is a double header, so we'll be doing this all again tomorrow, but for right now, We are here for the Micro Swift Pre-Final, or sorry, the final, excuse me, as we get ready to go. And we are racing here for the final for the Micro Swifts. And it is going to be a good battle. We had a really good three-way fight earlier on in the pre-final between the drivers who are currently your top three here today. And good battles, good moves, as it's going to be Grayson Waite. He doesn't want to wait much longer to try to make the move, but he might just have to, because it is a 10 minute plus 2 lap race here for the finals for any of the cadet run groups. And then junior, master, and senior groups are 12 minutes plus 2 laps here on today. So lots of racing action coming your way. And right now, it is the second final of the afternoon, as it is still going to be Nascimento leading the charge here, just ahead of Grayson Waite and Joaquin Dow.
And as they come across the line, Lucas Clivio in 4th and Dylan Rocha in 5th. This is where these battles are going to continue to develop here. 10 minutes is a lot of time, but not a lot of time at the same time here, as your top two kind of have a second to breathe. Joaquin Dow is currently under pressure by Lucas Clivio as they work their way down the hill to go underneath the bridge and work through the back half of the lap. So 3rd place back is not secure. Your top two probably feeling a little bit better than Joaquin Dow is right now in 3rd, but even then that gap is opened a little bit. Clivio now under pressure by Rocha in 4th and 5th respectively as they work their way through 13, 14, 15 to head down towards the front stretch. Big wiggle there back from, I think that was Kojakar, who ran off a little bit, went a little bit wide, and is now looking for a big send to the inside. That was brave.
Yeah, that was very brave indeed. And I'm not sure if something happened. There we go. Now we see them coming back. And that was an ambitious move indeed. We'll see if it pays off in the long run, as Grayson Waite still trying to hunt him down. And this is going to be a fight between the number 18 and the number 5. We saw a good fight for these two earlier on. Nascimento and Waite trying to just throw the other one off guard. And Grayson looking for any kind of move. He's getting really close to the back. And this is going to be just an absolute street fight here. As always, already trying to think about the outside. We haven't seen any moves on the outside of the final corner here today. That was about to be the first one, but not quite. 7 minutes left to go in the race. As Grayson Waite, he is trying everything in the book. And he, so far, just hasn't quite found the right answer, but he's still got just over 6.5 minutes, plus an additional 2 laps to figure it out.
Still plenty of time to try to figure it out, but it's also not nearly enough time in the grand scheme of things. So we'll see how that plays out for our drivers as this battle continues up in the front. Nascimento and Waite still sitting 1 and 2, nose to tail here as they go. And oh, that's one of our front runners spinning around. That is Rocha spun around, no tire. The right rear came off the cart. I have not seen that before. And you see the upset immediately there for Dylan Rocha, immediately up out of the cart, upset, frustrated, and that is heartbreaking for your Micro Swift driver who was on such a good run for a top 5, but we can't shift there because up front, here we go, side by side for the lead down the hill and around, and well, how is this going to play out right now? They're still holding side by side, and it's still is Nascimento ahead of Grayson Waite, if only just, but the pressure's there.
Fernando Nascimento trying to just keep it up, but you got to give credit for him give credit to him for not cracking under that pressure that Grayson Waite has been just applying very steadily to him just all throughout this race. He has pretty much just been practically gorilla glued to the bumper. Here goes the move for the inside. He's got the speed, he had the lineup, and the move is done, but they're going to go back to side by side. and that is going to be Grayson Waite. He didn't want to wait any longer. He is up into the lead, and he is going to be immediately back under pressure from Bernardo Nascimento. Still under pressure coming down the hill. Got the inside line. Gonna cut the corner tight, but he's got the lead again. And what a retake from Fernando Nascimento. What a comeback. What a move, but a big stop there as well from the number 18. And everything is on the line as our top two in the race have been trading these positions back and forth. The momentum swinging like a pendulum here.
Look who's now back in the mix as well here. You bring in Lucas Clavillo into it as well. So all of a sudden we've ended up with 3 drivers battling for the lead here as Nascimento now leads Grayson Waite, and Lucas Clavillo is going to try to close into this mix as well. 4 minutes left to go. You have 3 very, very strong Micro Swift drivers together in the front, and it's a matter of who is going to end up ahead of who when it's all said and done. This Micro Swift category can be very unforgiving at times, but when you do manage to get the win and get it done right, you really, really, really feel good.
Oh yeah, especially after just a race like this where it's just been I mean, there's been no breathing room. And we talked about at the very beginning of this one where the front two had breathing room. Not anymore. Lucas Clavillo just now in the mix as well. He could very well be he very well could have an outside shot of getting the win here. You still got 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And this is going to be a tight fight here. It's coming down the hill now. Will there be a move? He's got so much speed, but he just stays glued to the back of that number 18 just in front as they go under the bridge through the tunnel. And now coming into the next series of corners as they make their way now to the twin hairpins. And it's going to be a potential move. He doesn't quite get it though. No quite move just yet. But if these guys keep battling too much, then Lucas Clavillo is going to be right there in the mix, and he's going to snatch one up. And here we go. Grayson Waite is going to wait a bit, and he's going to just tuck right back in. I thought he was going to send another lunge like he did a few laps ago. But with just over 2 minutes to go, still a good amount of racing to try to find that opportunity.
It's going to be a very, very hard-fought battle to find that opportunity, I have to say. It's not impossible, but it definitely is going to be a hard-fought run for these drivers up in the front. Because I have a feeling that when it's all said and done, it may not be the top 2 sitting where they're at right now. 1:40 plus 2 laps left to go. Grayson Waite stays hot on the heels of Bernardo Nascimento, trying to kind of size things up here, think about where is the best place to make a move. Micro Swift drivers is our second youngest category, of course, of the weekend, just older than the Bambinos. And now here we go into the final corner, dive to the inside. That puddle's gone, so you can go for that move to the final corner. Makes it stick. Beautiful move there from Grayson Waite over Nascimento, and now Clavillo now works through as well, and Bernardo Nascimento going first to third in the case of a couple of laps, a couple of corners even.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very rough one there for Nascimento as he just drops 2 spots here. We knew that Lucas Clavillo has been a very quick competitor, kind of an unsung hero in this Micro Swift category here tonight. And he has just shown that he's got speed when it counts, and patience is a virtue. And that virtue just nabbed him a P2 at the moment, but look at this. It is going to be Bernardo Nascimento still continuing on, looking for a move. Can he get a retake? Can he try to do damage to limitation here? He is going to go through. He is going to stick behind. And that is still going to be the battle for P2 at the moment. Less than a full second separates the drivers. But I think all 3 of them just had a bit of a big wiggle coming in. Oh, and there's one off! It is going to be Grayson track. Grayson Waite's head and steering wheel. He is just off the track, and the frustration is there, but the battle for the lead still continues on. It is not over yet. Under the bridge, and it is going to be Lucas Cavillo into the lead. It may be under investigation. I think there might have been some contact between Cavillo and Waite, but we'll just have to see, as once they cross the line, it'll be 2 to go.
Absolute chaos up in the front there. Grayson Waite now dropping through as we have Cavillo versus Nascimento, who continue to battle their way along up into the line. It's 2 laps to go as they cross the line here, and this is where things are going to get really, really competitive up in the front. You have Cavillo, who is currently leading over Nascimento. Nascimento, by the way, is running a Paralin chassis here. Doesn't race for Paralin, but is running a Paralin chassis. Those have been strong all weekend so far. Down the inside, great pass from Nascimento to get past Cavillo, and now Cavillo will try to answer back under the bridge, does so. The 21 gets past for a moment and says, no, I want the position back.
And he is fighting this one too. He's fighting this one tooth and nail as they go through. These guys are really just switching it back. It's like heads or tails on who's going to go ahead and just take the lead corner by corner. And they're going to have 1 lap to go when they cross the line. The white flag will be out. And this one is going to be an absolute street fight as they make their way through the last couple of corners. The white flag is going to be out. It's going to be the final lap. It is going to be go big or go home. And who is going to go ahead and make any of the moves happen? You do have Nascimento continuing to try to just grab anything. They were separated by less than a tenth of a second. A bit of a slide for Cavillo, but he still holds on. He will hold on as they come under the bridge now. And you can just see that Nascimento has got some really good pace in the number 18. But is he just overdriving the kart? Is he just overdriving that number 18? They're coming through the twin hairpins now. This is one of the last opportunities that he's going to have to go for the move. They both take a similar exit. We're going to see, as actually it might be Alistair Camilo taking a position away, maybe trying to grab a podium, but now they're coming across the line. And this one is going to be Lucas Cavillo winning the Micro Swift final here on a Saturday. And boy, oh boy, that was a dramatic one for the books.
Lucas Cavillo wins over Bernardo Nascimento. Alistair Camillo in third with Joaquin Doe in P4. Alec Thomas in fifth. Ellie Jackson, Adam Kajakar, Caden DeMarni, Luciano Iannozzi, and Peter Gazowski, your top 10 here as they cross the line. Ethan Martins, Elliott Waite, Marco Mijovic, Grayson Waite in 14th. Unfortunate after that moment, and Dylan Rocha not finishing the race either. That's Micro Swift done. Mini Swift come up next. Buckle in. It's going to be a wild time of finals.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got? Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. I just love shopping. I love shopping too. Oh my gosh.
Wait, do you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
He's gonna make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Welcome to the future of...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chaser, where it's time for the Mini Swift final here to roll. And this is Mini Swift. I just all of a sudden mixed up Micro and Mini. It's been a wild day of racing here. I don't know how I could mix up those two classes, but here we are, as it's Charlie Skripowski leading off Leonardo Tavares with Enzo Ramos, Cohen Shoecraft, Rafael Bateau, and Franco Schiavo, your top 6 to get rolling here. And well, I gotta ask the $1 million question: how is it gonna end as they get slow? They go side by side. I can tell you right now, turn 1 gonna be the challenge of the day as they roll into the tram lines. They get ready to go, and we are green. We are racing here, and already single file into turn 1. Everybody trying to keep it nice and clean and relaxed and get through turn 1 well. They do so, but turn 3 is the big issue where we start to run wide. We start to see moments, but everyone somehow survives. Up the hill to go down the hill. 3 wide going down the hill. Goes back into 2 wide. A little bit of pressure here. Watch the push bumper is going to be the big key here for now as we have contact going under the tunnel.
A little bit of contact there, and I think there's a card that might just be straight on hill. There's another spin. A bit further back, another spin as well. So the drama is all over the Mini Swift race as well. We had a dramatic end to the Micro Swift, and some of these drivers are unfortunately having a bit of a swifter end to their day here than they would have wanted, but that is the unfortunate nature of racing, as it's going to be Charles Skripowski going to go ahead and lead ahead of Enzo Ramos, and Rafael Bateau going to go ahead and be your top 3. And so far, some really good action happening here. As I think Shoecraft was the one who was involved earlier on in that incident. The Ricardo was stuck on the hill. So that is very unfortunate for the 129, but I think he's back racing.
Cohen Shoecraft, indeed, the kart that was involved in that. And then it was Trace Jackson that we saw facing backwards. They've both gotten back rolling, though, without issue here, so they will continue to compete. But of course, for Shoecraft, it is now a recovery drive going from 4th to last and now has to try to drive this thing back up to the front as quickly as possible. Skripowski here, the 133, looking very, very secure up in the front right now, you have to say. As they cross the line, we'll reset the gaps and see where they build here. A 56.8 across the line versus a 57.1 for Enzo Ramos. So 2.2 seconds the gap right now between the top two, with Rafael Bateau in third. There is Franco Schiavo and Braden Schoenbohm in fourth and fifth that will be battling it out. That is the 146 and the 168 respectively, who will be looking to battle going down the hill, around the corner to go back underneath the bridge to cross up to the second half of the track. And you can see right there, not that far separated as the pressure is being put on by Braden on Franco.
Yeah, and then this is going to be a tight fight here. This is a battle for P4 between Braden Schoenbohm, and then it is going to be Franco Schiavo going to continue to battle out for this P4 spot. Running a bit wide though for Franco, and he's going to hold on tight here. Charles just has another fastest lap here, almost half a second ahead of Enzo Ramos, and Charlie won the pre-final. Looks like he's going to take a double here. Oh, a little bit over the rumble strips there, gives the opportunity. You can see that it is going to be Franco Schiavo just checking something out, as it is going to be Braden Schoenbohm taking the position. He takes P4, and the two are going to continue to duke it out under the tunnel. Going to be another move to the inside, a bit of a wiggle there, forces the 168 to my right, and Franco Schiavo back into P4.
Making those positions shuffle back and forth for now, but of course we all know that that is not going to be the final say-so here as these drivers continue to battle their way along, heading through the back half of this lap here. Skripowski, 56.4, fastest lap of the weekend last time across the line, so continuing to eke out that gap. 57.3 for Enzo Ramos last time, so a 1 second per lap pace difference right now between first and second in the favor of first place. That is a massive gap to work through. As Schiavo and Schoenbohm, they continue to battle along fourth and fifth again. It's gotten a little bit calmer since Schiavo was able to get up ahead of Braden, but that battle is still continuing through, and Leonardo Tavares is not that far off either. 2 seconds the gap right now between Leonardo to Braden, who will be looking to close this in. Right now in Mini Swift, though, with halftime done, this is really all about these drivers just securing themselves in a strong position as they are all working to continue to build momentum, as the points, of course, where they sit in Mini Swift right now make a big difference here. These Mini Swift drivers all competing through against Colton Bruck, who's not here this weekend. And right now, actually, Enzo Ramos is leading the points so far after this weekend's calculations. And Leonardo Tavares will need to continue to build, because right now, Charles Skripowski will get past, and that's the 114. That is Enzo Ramos out of this race.
Oh, I think that's a mechanical issue for Enzo Ramos. Very unfortunate there. He was having such good pace, a very strong Saturday, but it just comes to an unfortunately swift end for the 114. You can see him checking. It might be a drivetrain issue on the 114, and that is going to promote Rafael Bateau up into third position. And Franco Schiavo actually is now promoted up to the podium spots. So, I mean, those two, once again, just surviving, and they have benefited just from keeping their nose clean and staying out of trouble. Just so far, I mean, just doing the business, not pushing overly hard. I mean, it's going to be a tough one to make up that 9.3 second gap between Charlie and Rafael. It's doable, but I think right now the best thing that Rafael Bateau can do is really just try to just keep himself steady, cement himself into that P2, and just rake in the points.
Absolutely. Schiavo, Schoenbohm, and Tavares, by the way, Third, fourth, and fifth, they are nose to tail here just behind Bateau. A little bit of breathing room there for second place, but third, fourth, and fifth at the top of your screen there, they are very, very close, and they are really battling it out for that last podium place now as they will work to compete side by side. They go into the final corner. There's a swapperoo for position. That's that final corner pass I've been missing all day, wondering when it would happen. And, well, Tavares now making the show and making it happen there for the 146 as they work their way along. The battle continues through, and that 146 currently sitting in fourth, looking and saying, all right, so I got passed. Now can I pass back up in ahead, as Leonardo Tavares is going to be looking to build a gap here. Needs to close down on Rafael Bateau by about 4 seconds. But one of the things you tend to see a lot in Mini Swift here, Patrick, you and me both know, they don't like to work together sometimes. Sometimes it genuinely is a just every driver for themselves moment.
Especially in this age group, you see a lot of them do their best Taro Catano impression, and they catch up to Kart and just say, I'm going to pass you, and they just go for it. It's not, you're not going to see the teamwork that you might see in some of the other categories as they come through. It's 2 minutes left to go plus 2 laps, and that is going to be a very strong battle. There's one of the karts abandoned from earlier. No, it might be the kart of Matthias Guzman. So that might be another driver out on this one. And yeah, there's Ethan Ramos's car just off there. And you gotta feel bad because you could just see, I think that was Ramos who was just there just sitting. And it's just an unfortunate moment, really. Mechanical issues, it's just it's just a part of motorsport that you just can never get rid of. You can do your best, you can make it less frequent, but a mechanical issue is always just gonna happen at some point or another.
And as a reminder, too, for these drivers, these are drivers ages 8 to 12 that are really just starting to bloom in their motorsports career. Some of them have experience in Micro Swift and in Bambinos. Some of them may not, and this may be their first runs in karting. So this is still a class where drivers are developing, they're learning, and one of the things that you learn in racing is that, well, mechanical failures can strike anyone at any time for any reason, and all you can do is prepare, and when they hit, as long as it's no fault of your own, for example, you forgot to connect the bolt or something, you kind of just have to take it on the chin and move on. But it is a very hard lesson to learn here at such a young age in the Mini Swift category. 40 seconds left to go. When we cross the line here, it'll be 3 laps to go. Charlie Skopowski currently up into the lead right now, holding on up in the front as he goes here. The Paralympic driver has been so strong all weekend and is doing yet again another impressive performance as we cross 3 to go. Gap 11 seconds back to Rafael Bateau.
Yeah, and just to kind of circle back to what you were talking about earlier, Brad, I mean, these kids are all extremely talented, and it is a hard thing to kind of accept at times. And even for adults, it can be tricky, especially after you've had such a strong weekend like for Enzo Ramos. But in best case in F&M, they got tomorrow as well, because it's a doubleheader this weekend in Bushnell. And you can just come back tomorrow and absolutely just tear it up tomorrow. That's very much a possibility. You just got to look past, try to fix it, and then get ready for the next day. That's the best thing you really can do. Like you said, just got to take it on the chin, as Charlie Skopowski is looking to take another win here in the Mini Swift category. He won the pre-final and looking to make it back-to-back here in the final for Mini Swifts.
Coming through and along here as Skopowski is continuing to hold that lead. Again, the Paralympic driver just looking so strong here and continuing to carry a lot of momentum here. 12 wins, 20 podiums out of 66 races with 5 pole positions in the last 3 seasons for Charlie. So Charlie just working a very, very strong run here to the end and just has to carry that on for the next lap and a half. Meanwhile, back in the back, Rafael Bateau has been caught by Leonardo Tavares in that battle for second place. It is very truly here and alive as our leader crosses the white flag. 1 lap to go, second place back. While they are 15 seconds back, it's gloves off for P2.
Yeah, the fight is on, and we'll see how these drivers go ahead and manage it. But Tavares does get the move done. He is up in the P2, but can he hold it? There is not much separating these two drivers as they will push on here. It is the last lap. The white flag is out, and the driver who has been pretty much almost unflappable this entire Saturday is going to be the man who is about to take victory in the 133. He will put the P1 in 133. He's just got to make 2 more corners up on the racing track. He won in the pre-final. He'll win in the final. Charlie Skopowski will take the Mini Swift final, and the celebrations are already kicked off for the 133.
Go through battle for second as they come towards the line now. Again, 15 seconds, the final margin of victory here. Everyone getting applauded as they come along, and it is going to be Leonardo Tavares over Rafael Bateau for second and third, with Franco Schiavo in fourth, Braden Schoenbaum in fifth here crossing the line. Cohen Shoecraft, Trace Jackson, Aiden Padilla, Mateus Guzman, and Enzo Ramos, the last two being DNFs, unfortunately. Mini Swift final done. Coming up next, it's 12 minutes of KA Jr. I hope everyone's ready.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here where the KA Juniors have now taken to the track, and they are ready for 12 minutes plus 2 laps of action. This KA Junior category was wild battling in the pre-final. What will they do in the final as they get rolling here? Samuel Martinez up in the front with Achilles Saperco in second, Lucas Bertana in third, Axel Garcia fourth, Colton Bruck in fifth, and Santiago Orioli in sixth place here, Patrick.
Yeah, this is going to be a beautiful battle as we get ready to go here on the day. And this class was chaotic earlier on in the day, and now we're going to go ahead and see how this field goes about this final KA 100 junior race here on the Saturday. They're going to form the tram lines, and they're going to get ready to go through side by side as they await the green flag to drop. And it's green flag down, and away we go. Here it is going to be the driver who won the pre-final, Lucas Bertana, the Brazilian driver, ahead of Samuel Martinez. Drivers going 3 wide, going up the bridge, almost a bit of contact, fighting for the lead. And there we go, it's going to be a move up the inside. I think that's Colton Brock, who might have just went for the move there. Moves happening all throughout in the opening stages of the race here. And our top 3 are still nose to tail fighting it out here. The 881 ahead of, I believe that's the 810 and the 837 of Lucas Bertana, Samuel Martinez, and Colton Brock. A move on the inside, and that's going to be a good move there. I think Lucas Bertana might have lost 2 positions for the price of 1. The all-orange 881 machine now in 2nd place.
And as we come across the line here, we shuffle, we reset through Bertana, the Velocity Racing Sodi driver, currently trying to challenge up into the front, though, but is going to actually drop a position there from Santiago Orioli down into 3rd. So the Orioli Kart Performance driver doing a beautiful move there to get up into 2nd. Challenges all along here for 3rd now, as it looks like Lucas Bertana just not able to hold on to the pace early in that Sodi kart, and trying to find some pressure here, trying to find some sort of a way to make the move, but just not able to do so at this time, which is going to really be detrimental here later into the run. But 10.5 minutes of racing left to go. Nothing is done until it's done, and right now it is Colton Brook up in the lead there in the Pearland.
Yeah, he found 2 positions very early on in this one, and he's also just at the fastest lap of the race. 54.511 is now the best lap time of the session. About a 10.5 ahead of the current championship leader of Santiago Orioli as they make their way on through now, coming to start, coming through under the bridge, coming through the tunnel, and now just sweeping it around. And I almost want to call it a papaya machine, is going to go ahead and just try, as Bertana is going to be under some pressure now from Jaden Lewis. Samuel Martinez had a very tricky start here. He's down in the 5th. He started 2nd in this one, and now he's down into 5th position. Vogley and Garcia swapping positions as well the last time around. And a new fast lap from Colton Brook as he starts to build out that gap.
Building out the gap as you can if you're Colton Brook, and you really just got to hope that everyone 2nd place back continues to battle and gives you some breathing room, because right now, momentum-wise, while the pace is there, it's not a massive pace advantage in any one small little moment, which we've seen plenty of drivers have throughout this race, can really shuffle things along. Orioli there in the 816 in 2nd place. The Sodi kart of Lucas Bertana in 3rd. Hanging out here, Jaden Lewis and Samuel Martinez battling it out for 4th and 5th as they go side by side briefly through 13, and then coming through 14, they are single file heading towards 15. They hold single file here, so they are kind of feeling things out and trying to see, wait, do we want to work together? Do we want to battle? What do we want to do here? And it looks like right now the answer is they're going to settle in here nose to tail from 2nd place to 5th, as they are going to continue to set their sights forward on Colton Brook, who gained another 1/10 of a second last lap.
Yeah, this group is a bit more likely to play the team game and just work together to form those temporary truces in comparison to the Cadets and the Bambinos. So you know that these guys are going to be a bit more willing to kind of work together. They can put their differences aside for at least a couple laps to try to catch their shared target. In this case, that is Colton Brook, who is, I think, maybe even building that gap out a bit more as they come across the line now. No, the gap is shrunk ever so slightly by 0.04 of a second. That gap will shrink ever so slightly. But now it is going to be Bertana and Orioli. They're going to go close together for that P2 spot. Orioli still your championship leader as it sits. Coming around now as he still trying to chase down Santiago Orioli for P2 on the track.
And look there to the inside just behind. That was Jaden Lewis and Samuel Martinez swapping positions behind Bertana and Orioli, going through a little bit of a wiggle there from the Tony kart of Bogley, not able to really get grip in that 822, trying to build some moves and build some runs here. Jaden Lewis in the 833 dropping to 5th. Samuel Martinez now up into 4th as they work their way along here. And we take a look again further back through the field. Still, Lucas Bertana not able to make a move and not able to close the gap. They are maintaining that gap back to Colton Bruck, though, which is what they need to do. They need to make sure that it's not opening and that it is holding steady. That will allow them time near the end of the race to really go for the move, as we just now have hit half race time. So we're now starting on the downhill run, Patrick. This is the point where I think drivers are going to start to push a little bit more, find a little bit more in these karts, and really try to close up that gap and go for those moments, go for that pass, and go for that win if they find themselves in the right position.
I think the gap just shrunk by about a whole 3/10 in between Santiago Orioli and Colton Bruck. The gap has just shrunk down quite a bit. Now it's just under 6/10 of a second as they continue to try to chase down the A10 for the race lead. We know Colton Bruck has a pretty storied karting career at this stage. He's done pretty well here in Florida, and he's having a very good run here in the KA100 Junior Final, but the gap is shrinking pretty drastically, I might add. A gap that was bordering on almost a second and a half is now down to just about half a second, probably even closer than that now, as Santiago Orioli and Lucas Bertana are really having some good pace here. Well, actually, no, the gap is picked up by about a 10th. So Colton Bruck, he's locked in, and he's going to continue pushing on.
The gap fluctuating still slightly, and even sector by sector you can see it open and close a little bit depending on who has a stronger sector over the others. So that is kind of a moment to remember as we see that gap continuing to fluctuate a bit more here. Colton Bruck, though, definitely seems to have put the helmet down here with 4 minutes to go and really be looking to get that parallel kart moving a bit more here in the front. Look over the shoulder, and yeah, that accordion effect is in full swing right now where it is closing. You have the parallel up front. You have second place here going through of the Orioli kart performance driver of course, Santiago Orioli. And then you have Bertana in third with the Velocity Racing Sodi kart. Three big teams here in the top three who are all looking. They'd love to be able to say that they beat the other here in the Saturday of FLKC, but that is such a strong ask. It's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. It's a third entirely to close down that gap when everyone is separated by just tenths of a second in pace.
Yeah, exactly that one. And then also Samuel Martinez putting in some pretty decent laps as well, so he might become a bit of a factor here and might try to turn this into a bit of a four-way fight as he's trying to put pressure onto Lucas Bertana. And as they come through, it'll be 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go here as they continue on. Bertana trying to hold on, trying to just reel him back in. Like I said, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass, and it's another thing entirely to also make the pass stick. We've seen a lot of pass and repass here today, especially in some of the closer races here today, as Colton Bruck is going to move on. But that gap is ebbing and flowing here. The A10, he might be losing ground to the championship leader behind. And also Samuel Martinez also pretty much all over the back of Lucas Bertana here, as we are down to the final 2 minutes and 15 seconds before the final 2 laps of the KA100 Junior Final. They're going to make their way through the final quarter of the racing track. And we're going to see if any moves are going to be made. No, I think they're going to settle in, but you can't settle in for much longer because you're running out of time.
I wouldn't put too much on it here as they go and continue to challenge into the end. This is going to be one of those moments where things get very, very close and competitive for this top 4. Less than 2 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. And this is where it really, this is where the racecraft of Junior is going to start to come out, along with the competitiveness of Junior. This is really where things are going to change, and you're going to see them just kind of buckle the head in a little bit here for these drivers, and they're going to know what to do, when to do it, and how it needs to work out as they stick nose to tail, second, third, and fourth there. A little bit of a gap to first place, but that gap closing by 0.02 of a second again last time along. So it is just very much a case of holding through. And look at that, Martinez showing the nose a little bit on Bertana and showing a little bit of pace. There's Bertana to the inside of Orioli, and following through will be Samuel Martinez, looking to make the move, not able to capitalize and has to drop back in. But there we go, Bertana now ahead of Orioli, as that will allow a little bit more of breathing room for Colton Buck. But now these 3 back in nose to tail formation. Make that, don't let me speak too soon. There went Martinez.
Yeah, things are really kicking off here as it's going to be about 20 seconds plus 2 laps. So effectively 3 laps to go here on the day. And they're going to make their way across the line now. It'll be 3 laps to go. And we do see Orioli, your championship leader, dropping back down to 4th. But not too far behind, about 3 or so tenths back from the P3 kart of Samuel Martinez. The 837 having some pretty good pace here. Lucas Bertana trying to go ahead and make his way back into the P1 spot. Bertana trying everything here, but he's got a bigger, more immediate threat of Samuel Martinez just behind him as they continue to slide. A bit of a wide moment there for Bertana. That might allow Samuel Martinez to get the move side by side, and Samuel Martinez will have the move. And it'll be 2 laps to go when they cross the line.
The SLA kart racing driver there, Samuel Martinez, up into second place. Now needs to try to close 0.7 of a second to get up to Colton Buck and to get that momentum built along. In 2 laps to go, that is very much easier said than done. Colton Buck, the Paralyn driver, showing a lot of pace here and holding on up and forward and just head down racing. Lap and a half left to go. The gap does visually appear to be closing a little bit between Buck and Martinez. The question is, how much is that gap truly closing, and does it continue to close throughout the entire lap? As they'll come around, they're coming towards the white flag here. It looks like, at least at this moment, Martinez has momentum, but have we run out of time for Samuel Martinez to get to and past Colton Buck?
I'm going to say, yeah, I think anything's possible in racing, right? I'm not going to say anything in particular because I don't want to jinx Colton Buck here because commentators do enough commentator cursing. And I feel like we're going to have enough of those for tomorrow as well. But anything can really happen. But Colton Buck has been very consistent on these laps in the A10. And I think he'll just be able to utilize that consistency and that level-headedness under pressure to secure the win here in the KA100 Junior Final. They're coming around the twin hairpins now. And then it'll be a good run for the last 2 corners on the racing track. And here we go. And it is Samuel Martinez trying his best, but in the end, Colton Buck is gonna win, and a good win there for the A10. And it's gonna be Samuel Martinez and Lucas Bertana in P2 and P3, and then Santiago Orioli, Jaden Lewis, Axel Garcia, Leighton Vogele, and then Achilles Zapurko, excuse me, and then Sebastian Milanov and Sebastian Diaz-Stoll rounding out your top 10 in the KA100 Junior Final. Next up, when we come back, it is going to be Shifter Senior and Master coming up next.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macron Motorsports.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As our shifters are out on track, it's our senior and master shifters rolling out for their final. And as they get rolling, let's talk about how they will start here. It's going to be Dominic Karai over Scott Presti with James Andres in third, Andres Boris in fourth, Maxime Tichon and Christopher Jerem, Rob Gore, Morton Top, Ryan Corley, and Vincent Schultz. Your top 10 as they shuffle through. So this is a class where I'm expecting a lot of really, really good battling along on the run here. And actually, that was the qualifying order I read, not the starting order. That was Dominic Karai, Scott Presti, Morton Tock, Maxime Tichon, Rob Gore, Ryan Corley, Vincent Schultz, Wayne Watts, Brian Erb, and Chris Kaiser. Because Andreas Boris, Christopher Jerem, and James Andres did not finish in the pre-final here. Shifters do a standing start, and I can tell you right now, they're going to be so much happier that it has dried out through the day and that we have not had more rain. I do see some wipers on, but looking at the radar, I mean, the radar is perfectly clear here over the track.
Yeah, I wonder if there's, because sometimes here in Florida, it can be a perfect sunshiny day and you still get raindrops somehow. We call them sun showers. And, I mean, could be one of those, but I'm not too sure, to be honest. But it is dry. They're going to enjoy that. And just a reminder, this one is going to be 12 minutes plus 2 laps. And they are the only category running an alternate layout. They are running the outer loop. They are not using the bridge. So, and here we go. Green flag racing already underway. And it is going to be a good fight here. Scott Presti getting the jump on to Dominic Karai, the driver who is currently dominated in the shifter seniors as some slow moving machines might have had contact in the opening stages, but here we go. It is going to be Presti ahead of Karai, ahead of Taikon, and ahead of MVT. These guys are all trying to go ahead and just try to find their footing very early on in the session as we go ahead and get ready to begin and complete lap number 1.
Lap number 1 complete. As a reminder, they will run probably about 26, 27 laps in total, with a lap being at just about 35 seconds. They should run plenty of laps in 12 minutes plus the 2 extra laps that they go. So there's plenty of time for these drivers to set passes up, set up opportunities like this. A move to the inside there coming through from Karai. Karai able to make that move on Presti early. and get that move through. Looks immediately back to the 408 and gives the signal of, hey, let's work together. Let's run away here. Let's get some moves going. Tons of pace coming in from Karai and Presti. We'll see how that plays out. Do they continue to play nice with each other, or will they battle it out a bit more here? They take the right, not to go over the bridge, but go around the outer loop, and then they come through the third sector here. But that Sodi kart already making a move here early.
Already making good moves very early on, and these guys are already starting to build up the gap and trying to run away from the rest of the pack so they can have their own little private battle here between these two. And this is going to be an absolute barnstormer of a race between these two, because we know they're quick. Dominic has, he's pretty much, if he wins this, he will get the clean sweep for the Shifter Seniors, as he took pole position in qualifying. He won the pre-final, and he could be the second driver today to take the clean sweep and grab a hat trick, getting a win in all three. Now, what I'm curious is, because we're doing this all again tomorrow, are we going to have anybody go 6 for 6 tomorrow? You guys will just have to stick around to find out.
I would say if anybody could go 6 for 6, I could see Dominic Karai really giving that a hard charge. But again, Scott Presti is quick, so if anyone's going to challenge that, Scott Presti would be the one to do so. But right now you see a little bit of breathing room up here in the front being given from Scott Presti. Maybe a little bit of conservation, maybe a little bit of a thought here going into the back end of this, as you have Maxime Tichon here in the RS kart sitting behind in third, fourth, and fifth. They're very close. Tichon, Van Tok, and Gore still trying to work with each other and battle a bit, and we'll see how they work along in the middle part of this lap, up for third, fourth, and fifth, as the top two have pulled that gap, and they continue to challenge each other for third place on back.
Yeah, so it's really tight and knit in the battle for the podium. And then that's also for the race lead of the Masters, the Shifter Masters, between Maxime Tichon and Mort Van Tok. Van Tok actually was the winner in his category, as just the consistency from Dominic Karai is pretty strong here. His fastest lap was a 36.063. And his last lap was only 7 thousandths behind that. So a 36.070 was the last lap for them. So good stuff so far from these drivers. And Dominic Karai looking to make it 3 for 3 here so far, as he does continue. But, and this is a bit of an interesting run, Rob Gore has made his way into the lead of the Shifter Masters. P3 overall, ahead of Maxime Tichon, who is still trying to fight back for that P3.
And of course, we talked about Rob Gore. Rob Gore, very, very quick and smart driver who can find a lot of time here and look to challenge. His goal is to win the championship here. And Rob Gore certainly setting off in a great position to do so here through the weekend and through the season. 7 minutes left to go here in Shifter Senior, Shifter Master to finish out their final for this Saturday. And of course, if you want to see more of the Shifters, we'll be back doing the whole thing again tomorrow. Same order we did it today, in order to see how we crown out the weekend and how we end out the rounds 5 and 6. It'll be interesting to see how that goes through. Of course, this 10-round championship will be ending here in just a couple of months, about one race a month through, and we'll see who is going to be the winner of the Florida Karting Challenge. Tons of contenders still along, so buckle up, because it's brought to you all by Kart Chaser through the whole season, and we're excited to be along here for the Florida Karting Challenge.
Yeah, it's a fantastic championship. We've had some good racing here today. Lots of fantastic venues, and I think it's actually the season finale is going to be in Jacksonville, and I actually grew up right next to that track. So that's going to be a fun championship race, and I think that is actually the season finale. So that's going to be really awesome to watch. And yeah, I mean, hopefully I get to cover it as well, but we'll just kind of have to see. I literally lived in the neighborhood right next to the track, so that's going to be, I mean, I didn't even think that track was used for pro karting, but hey, you learn something every day. As right now, we are learning that Dominic Karai is absolutely on fire here tonight, already building that 3-second gap to Scott Preston.
Impressive to see that gap to Scott Preston continuing to be built as it works its way along and as these drivers work their way forward. It's just a big challenge from all of these drivers through in order to keep this momentum alive. These shifter carts can be so easy to have an error on if you are not careful. It is so easy to have a small moment turn into a major moment if you are not careful. Because why? Well, you're changing gears. That is the biggest thing with these shifter carts, is you are changing gears, and that adds a whole new element to the shifter carts of course, going up the gears, down the gears, and making sure that you really get everything right. Because if you misjudge a gear change, if you do something wrong, you can mess up a transmission. There's more moving parts, and it just adds a new layer of complication that, well, in your usual tag carts or your pull start carts, you usually just sit down, mash the throttle, and go. Think about the rental carts that you get on family vacation. You sit down, you smash the throttle, and you go. If you go see Patrick at K1, that's what you do. You sit down in his cart and you smash the throttle. In these carts, you got to think a lot more about it. It adds another layer, and that is where you really tend to see the attrition build up in shifter categories.
Yeah, and granted, well, funny enough, the K1 carts, even though they're electric, they do have paddle shifters. At least in my particular location, they've actually been shut off, probably for good reason, but even then, you're just electronically shifting through just different software settings. Here, if you mess up your transmission, that's race over, honestly, because you can, I mean, these are the most complex carts, mechanically speaking, and oh, is that an issue? Speaking of issues, I think there might have just been an issue. Oh, I think I saw one car coming to a crawl. He might have been able to get back going, but I didn't quite catch what cart that was, though, as there's so many battles happening here. And
believe that was just Chris Kaiser moving out of traffic. I don't think that was actually anything. We have hit the point where lap traffic is becoming a problem now, though, which is kind of crazy to say in a 12-minute plus 2-lap race. We've hit the point where we're starting to lap the field with the leaders. So that goes to show where the pace is really sitting at for our drivers in the front.
Yeah, and I mean, that it just shows, and actually just to kind of throw another nugget at the pace meal that we have going on here. Dominic Karai is the only driver right now to have a sub 36 lap time here. He's got a 35.08, and even his last lap, even though it was a couple hundreds off, still the fastest lap. It would still be faster than any other lap here on the day. And his last lap, the lap he just completed, a 35.917. So he has definitely got the pace around here. He's putting almost a second a lap on a majority of the competition. That is insane to see. As we do see Christopher Grimes going ahead and moving up some positions. He is now up into fifth, excuse me. Fourth in class, fifth overall, as Taycan and Van Tak have dropped 2 spots.
And that goes to show just the slight pace difference between Shifter Master and Shifter Senior, which it's a 15-pound weight difference between the two that really does set off a little bit of a difference through. So seeing those Shifter Seniors work up against the Shifter Masters and make their way along is impressive to see. And for Andres Boris up 7 places from P11, and for Christopher Guerin up 7 places from P12 here on the day. Because again, we have more lap traffic moving out of the way of Scott Presti here in second place, who unfortunately has lost touch with the pace of Dominic Karai. And now that gap sitting at 7.5 seconds to the lead with a minute plus 2 laps to go. So call it 2 minutes of racing left to go. It is so amazing to see that Dominic Karai and Scott Presti for such a competitive battle up front. That battle of attrition here in Shifter really making a difference here around a quick technical track where you're lapping every 35 to 36 seconds. You don't have time for any mistakes. You have to just be on it from the beginning.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Dominic Karai has been. He's been on top of it ever since we started early this morning. And right now he is still just making his way on through. It'll be 2 laps to go when they cross the line. And 10 seconds left to go on the clock. And I believe they are approaching traffic here. And traffic will likely move out of the way as Maxine Taikon now dropped another handful of positions here. So Taikon's just not exactly having the greatest of times in this particular final as the drivers just continue to scrap it out for position here. 3 carts just all nose to tail. This is, I believe, this is going to be a battle for P7 between Wayne Watts, Ryan Copperly, and Brian Erb, I believe, are the ones battling on your screen right now. It's going to be a pass, a very nice pass there as they come across the line. And that is going to be, I think that's just a pass of live traffic, come to think of it. And there we go, just still more battling here on the final lap of the race.
Final lap of the race here, battles continue through, but up front, it has been such a good run from our leader here of Karai. Dominic Karai in the Sodi kart with Velocity Racing. Sodi has had such an impressive go. He's going to bring it around the final corner here, lapping a few karts, lapping up to P8, but is going to come across, pumps the fist, and finds the double checkers to win. Shifter Senior and Shifter Master. Scott Presti will come across the line in second and will get second place. In Shifter Master, it's Rob Gore with a 3rd place overall, but will win Shifter Master here to come across the line now. Beautiful run from Rob Gore there with Andres Boris managing to podium in Shifter Senior. No, take that away. Christopher Grimm will pull out 4th with Andres Boris in 5th. Morten Van Tock will be in 6th. Wayne Watts, Ryan Coberly, Brian Erb, Vincent Schultz, Chris Kaiser, Maxime Tichon, and James Andres. Your 13 shifter carts taking things on. Coming up next, it was probably our most chaotic class of the pre-finals at St. Patrick, but KA100 Senior. Let's see if the chaos continues here in just a moment.
Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chaser for grassroots coverage of the Florida Karting Championship as we get rolling here. Still some karts coming out on track here, but it is time for what has easily been the craziest run of the weekend here, KA Senior Final. It's time to see how they go through here. 25 karts and Chase Gatsey at lead, starting from very, very last here. Now, how that's going to play out, well, there's only one way to find out, and that's wait to see how 12 minutes plus 2 laps goes for KA100 Seniors. They'll try to form up here side by side. I have a strange feeling they will not get themselves sorted out before we get around to need to go for an extra formation lap. But hey, I've been proven wrong before here, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, just considering the gaps that are here at the moment, I think they will have to go ahead and give it another go. Well, I guess we'll see. Will we see green? Will we see yellow? It's going to be the latter. It's going to be another lap around. And no, never mind. Well, I see yellows, but they're acting like they're green. Might be a little bit of color blindness. Yeah, I think they're going to go ahead and just give it another go. I did see the yellows. They're going to just do it again. Take two. Get an extra chance to warm up the tires. Oh,
Yeah,
that might be why.
That is the 913. That is Chase Gassiet-Lee in the Paralyn cart that it looks like is having a motor issue or a mechanical issue. Looking down to the right, back at that IME engine. So something not working in that 913, that Paralyn cart. And unfortunately, if he can't get it fired up, he is out. DQ'd from the pre-final due to a fiasco with the communication on tires. And unfortunately here for the final, I believe Chase Gassiet-Lee will be out, is sitting stationary here out of turn 14. And yeah, I think this is it. This is Gassiet-Lee done for. How unfortunate for Chase Gassiet-Lee, a driver who's so strong. A heartbreak of a Saturday. Hopefully we'll be able to recover into Sunday, but for Saturday, this will be a day to forget as we go side by side into the tram lines yet again. Green flag out, and we're racing for K100 Seniors side by side into turn 1. And let's see, everyone mostly gets through turn 1 well, turn 2 well, turn 3 well.
Yeah, they're making very good moves here, but hopefully they get Chase's cart out of the way, because I think it was still stranded by the time they actually sent the green flags out. So we are officially green here in Bushnell, and they're going to continue to race on here as they fight their way through. And there's another one. That's a cart upside down. That is a cart flipped upside down. That is, that is the 916
of Lucas Donato. They're already out of the cart though, so good to see the driver already out of the cart, but the cart again looks like involved in some sort of incident, and red flag is out. Red flag is out on the session. We're going to take a step aside.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
He's gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after the red flag here. It's myself, Brad, joined by Patrick, and, well, a couple things to report. Let's start with the big one here. You saw Lucas Donato, of course, involved in that incident. I am very, very happy to report Lucas Donato was able to get up under his own power. He is okay and has been checked out and cleared. So Lucas Donato, the 916 involved in that incident, is up and going. By the rule book here for FLKC, we run USPKS rules. You dial it back a lap. We had not completed a lap, so we go back to a full restart. Now, what does that affect? Well, Patrick, let's talk about the big one here. Chase Gassiet Lee. Unfortunately for Chase Gassiet Lee, wasn't able to take the race start. Fortunately for Chase Gassiet Lee, there was a red flag. Do we see Chase Gassiet Lee back out on track? Believe that is the last kart we see in line is Chase Gassiet Lee. I'll double check myself, make sure I'm not mistaken. But I think that Chase Gassiet Lee might have just gotten handed a big old can of luck.
Yeah, I mean, just because we have to go back to the previous lap, but we didn't even complete a full lap by the time that the session was red flag. So we are going back to the very beginning. 12 minutes plus 2 laps is going to be the go. They're going to go ahead and go double file here. So we are going to just go ahead and start this from the beginning. Take 2. And we're going to go ahead and go racing here for the KA100 Senior Finals. And it's green flag, and away we go. It is going to be Stephen Miller Jr. leading the pack. And we are through cleanly. And this is going to be a good run here. Now down the bridge. Are we going to see a move around the outside from the driver with that lime green helmet? The answer is not quite just yet. But we are green and we are racing here at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Stephen Miller Jr., Frederick Manning, we're your front row here, and you see the battles already continuing for the top 2. They're not giving each other an ounce of breathing room here as they go along here. You have Downing and Ida Vea and 60s in the mix as well here. Look at this big wide run there from the front 2, closing in third place on as they shuffle through, coming through 14 down into 15, a move down the inside for second place out of turn 15. The move is done, and well, let's cross the line. That's Frankie Adavea up into second place here, Frederick Manning in third, Wyatt Downing in fourth, Nelson Torres Ocasio in fifth, and everything shuffles along up in the mix. Azer Torres Jr. though, big loss in the run there, down 10 places, that 998 falling to 22nd. But up front, Stephen Miller Jr. starts up front, holds up front, and is able to defend up front for now.
Very good defense there and a very good start to the race. I know sometimes red flags can kind of upset your flow, upset your rhythm, but it doesn't seem like it's done that for any of these drivers here in this KA senior field. As they continue on, oh, that was tight. Some tight racing up here at the front between our top 2. And right now it is Stephen Miller Jr. currently leading with the fastest lap, but Frankie Ayadavea does go ahead and take the fastest lap, but they're separated by .083. And here we go. He's got a good run up the hill, down the hill they go. And Frankie Ayadavea will take the lead. And he's got the move, the 976 in the lead of the KA100 Senior Final. And he is cruising now. Now his goal is going to be to just bring out the gap.
And this is where things are going to get very, very challenging up and down the order. This is where things are going to get a little bit scary up and down the order. Now the gloves come off. Now the battle hits. We're 9.5 minutes left, plus 2 laps into this race. This is where drivers will start to try to carry a little bit of patience, but they'll start to push a little bit of challenge as well. They work their way along here down through turn 3. And this is one of the sectors where, or one of the corners where we've really seen things gain and fall up the hill to go down the hill. And this is another place here into this left-hander of turn number 5. We see the battle for third right now. Downing trying to go down the inside of Frederick Manning working through, and that's a pass for third. Now we shuffle third place and fourth place up here as they work their way along. The Maranello driver of Wyatt Downing up into third here, looking to keep away along here for Wyatt Downing, working along to keep that battle going. The KA senior driver who also competes in Rock and has some great goes, has ran in SCUSA as well, has ran USPKS, and is always a big, big challenger, continuing to push forward, trying to get a win here in KA senior.
Yeah, he is going to try everything in his willpower to get this done, but right now it is going to be Frederick Manning and Wyatt Downing still going just full on battling here as they continue on. It is a battle that will not stop, can't stop, won't stop, as they continue to just make their way on through. The 905 still trying to put pressure, and that 905 is that perfect scrap, and he goes for a move on the inside. Is it going to be the switchback? It has been swapped back around, and Frederick Manning gets a switchback. He will retake third, and what a battle we are witnessing here in this one. Good, clean racing, and that is exactly why we love this KA100 Senior Final group.
That we do. They are such strong drivers all the way through, and this battle is anything but done right now. So just buckle up, because it's going to continue all the way through the order. Another dive to the inside here. We swap positions yet again. 7 minutes left to go, and it's just not going to stop here. Gap in the lead, by the way, for Frankie Iavea to Stephen Miller Jr. is 1.1 seconds. But it is closing, it is compressing. That accordion effect is in full swing. And look back here behind as we have more battles happening through. One kart big time wide there in the middle part of the lap as we continue to watch these battles head all the way through and along and continue to just get competitive. Mid-pack, they're not stopping either.
Oh, not one bit. I am seeing some yellows, and oh, who is that? No way. Is that? Oh, that is going to be, I think that was the number 966 of Alexander Ixies. He is down. I think that was his car that was down and out. He just dropped 10 places, so that was the car that was stationary. That's why we were seeing those yellow flags around that back sector of the circuit. I wonder if he got taken out, if there's mechanical issues. I mean, just given just the rate of today, I would almost argue that's probably the latter. Probably just some kind of mechanical failure for the number 966.
That it was, and it's unfortunate to see there for the air, or for the moment, and see how that goes through. It's going to be interesting to watch and see how these drivers continue to work their way along into the later runs of this race as these drivers continue to challenge through and push their way along all the way through. Wyatt Downing right now in third place, still looking to push forward here. Miller Jr. and Iavea up in the mix, continuing to battle their way along and continuing to push here as we still go side by side here, all over the place. Chaos just continuing to paint itself along and not stop as these drivers, I don't know what it is about KA Senior, but they do not have an off switch in the lightest right now, as you have Tiziano Rosso, who is now in the mix as well, going for some side-by-side, some contact here going through, and that, unfortunately, is going to be a kart out there. That was a bent wheel that I saw from that side-by-side contact. That was back, we'll confirm who that was in just a moment, but I know for a fact that left front was bent and that whole kart was vibrating going through.
Yeah, I believe that was, I think that was, I'm trying to see, I think that was Maddox Ruiz who was dropped down. It was Maddox Ruiz. I think that was that number 923 that had some contact there. And I did see that Alzio Torres Jr. also dropped down a few spots. Kareem also fell down 2 spots. So a few drivers dropping down, but I think that was Maddox Ruiz, who was that driver who had that bent wheel. And I've driven a car with a bent wheel like that. It is, I mean, you're better off just retiring the kart and just pulling it off and try to fix it, because that thing is not going to drive well. And unfortunately, this whole category has been dramatic here tonight. But the one driver who has really been making some good strive is one Chase Gassiet Lee, currently up in the 12th.
Yeah, Chase Gassiet Lee not stopping the Dan Devereaux Racing driver there in the Lando Norris cart, continuing to try to push that cart along to find some momentum, has managed to pass all the way up into the top 12. It's going to be so hard pressed to see Chase Gassiet Lee get up to the front, but certainly giving the go here. The Norbury Karting Academy driver of Wyatt Downing continuing to put some pressure up in the front here, trying to get past Miller Jr. for second place here. Stephen Miller Jr. looking really, really strong as well, and trying to continue to hold on to second place and really just fight things along as all these battles up and down the field continue to develop. We're under 3 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. This race has absolutely flown by and has not stopped the entire time. As here we go, battle to the inside. That's a move along through, another pass along for position.
Yeah, there's battles happening all over this field, and this is our biggest field on the night, so that is to be expected. But it is going to be a strong fight. Everybody just trying to jockey for the position, as it is still just every car just trying to fight. Everybody is giving it their all. This is where the big points are scored here, as they continue to make their way on through. Some more passing for position happening all throughout, as it is going to be Wyatt Downing up into second in the 905 cart, but from way back, Stephen Miller Jr. puts it back into P2. But look at this, it's going to be a trade back. He's going to go down the inside, and that is going to be Wyatt Downing retaking the position on the side of it. Look at this. That, I believe that for Frederick Manning just got 2 for the price of 1. Excellent battling here in the KA 100 Senior Final. Frederick Manning from all the way back, sending a long bump like Peyton Manning himself. He gets 2 for the price of 1. He's up in the second.
What a wild move, and you see a tap there of the helmet from going through from the 905 of Downing, saying, hey, let's get the move up here. Let's get ahead and go up, because this has completely shaken things up for Manning as they continue their way along. This is just where this battle for second, under 60 seconds to go. I hate to say it, Frankie Iadavea, 6.3 seconds in the clear right now, and the way this second place battle is shaping up, they are not playing nice with each other at all. We've already had 4 or 5 carts out of this race. You see them kind of scattered around the track as they go here. As KA100 Senior, it's a case of survival to a degree. Dive down the inside. That's the move from Miller Jr. on Manning for second place. 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go. And the Norbury Karting Academy GFC right there behind of Downing, looking to take advantage side by side into 14. Manning and Miller again here. And here comes the 905, still looking to the inside, not able to get past, holding to the back as we're 10 seconds to go, plus 2 laps. Frankie Iadavea is already over the hill, not thinking about it. Here we go, dive to the inside. Miller Jr. and Manning still battling it out, but Downing cannot get past.
Well, we inches on the way for the downhill. We got 1. Can he get the second one? No, not yet. He will get 1. He will get the move done on to Frederick Manning. And now he's got Stephen Miller Jr. is the next card ahead, as Frankie Iadavea has checked out. This battle is checking in, and they are all fighting tooth and nail. A very colorful cast as they make their way through. You got a bright blue and yellow car. You got the purple and white. And the purple car, oh, he's going to make Stephen Miller Jr. a bit of a checkup, and he loses 2 spots, but through goes Manning. Through goes Manning. And this battle, you can shuffle it either which way. It all seems very possible here. 2 laps to go. This one is one for Reckenbucks. Is this going to be a move around the outside? It was attempted by Wyatt Downing. Attempting a move around the outside. Can he get it done, though? He is going to chase Frederick Manning down to the line. And as we get ready for the final lap of this one, they're becoming to twin hairpins. Oh, you can just see just how much Wyatt Downing wants this. He is fiending for it. He is absolutely going full speed, pedal to the metal, full throttle. And he's gonna try it again. Almost a bit of contact between the two. And it is 3 wide going into the final lap. This one is gonna be a big one.
That it is. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because it's not done yet. One lap to go. Frankie Iadavea has taken off the second place on. It's an absolute guess who's going to get it. Will it be Manning? Will it be Downing? Will it be Miller? Will it be Romaglio, who is now closed in as well? Look at this up in the front. You have Wyatt Downing here in the mix here. The GFC with Norberg Karting Academy holding on to the back of Frederick Manning, trying to look through. That GFC looks very strong here. It's one thing to catch, it's another to go to the inside. But now look at that, 2-for-1 special as Miller Jr. comes through. We're side by side still going through as Manning holds off there, and with Downing goes through across the line. Comes Frankie Iadavea, but second place back. It is an absolute brawl. And when it's all said and done, sometimes it's about survival and capitalizing, because in second place is Stephen Miller Jr. with Romaglio in third, Manning in fourth, Wyatt Downing in fifth.
Romaglio with that massive send. He's got for the first one. He sent it through the second hairpin. And that is exactly the ultimate opportunity. He took it with both hands. He didn't let go. And in a moment of tenacity, we weren't even talking about the 981 for a podium spot, but sure enough, you just give him an opportunity, and he took it. And that is a good one. But in the end, the top step goes to Frankie Iadavea. He takes the top step.
Frankie Iadavea with a beautiful run there, you have to say as well, winning by 12.5 seconds. The U-Race driver just absolutely did not look back, and I haven't seen a driver in KA Senior have such a strong win in a long time. Frankie Iadavea picks up the win with U-Race. Stephen Miller Jr. surviving for second. Danilo Romaglio in third, because Frederick Manning and Wyatt Downing got in a all-out brawl, ended up fourth and fifth. Carlo Rochetti in sixth. Asia Torres Jr. seventh. Tiziano Rosso, Nico Darlimpel, and Brian Santiago. Your top 10 in KA Senior, and we still have 4 more classes to go.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here where it's time. Our next rollout here for T4 Mini and the 206 Cadet Final here. They get ready for their 10 minutes plus 2 laps to run here. It's Charlie Skrapowski up to the front with Cohen Shoecraft in second, Grayson Kurtz in third, Cooper McAbee in fourth, Brody Picos in fifth, Parker Kurtz, Max Berkmeyer, Luciano Iannozzi, Mila Wellborn, and Olivia Adams. Your 10 karts to take on 10 minutes. It's been a wild run here for all of our drivers so far, and as we get set up for our final 4 finals of the Saturday, just a quick reminder to everyone, we do this again tomorrow, and it's a quad header weekend here at Kart Chaser, so not only is it this, there's 3 other events happening. We're green, we're racing for juniors.
Oh, there's a spin in the back. There's a spin in the back.
Oh.
I think that might be Mila Wellborn, who got turned around there on the race start as they make their way up through the bridge. You have 2 206 cadets with Luciano Iannozzi, excuse me, and then Oliver Adams. Everybody else is in that T4 Mini spec kart. So a lot of this is going to come down to driver skill, and these drivers have skill in spades.
That they do. This is a very strong and good field here to go through as they are racing their way through, trying to finish out this first lap. Up front, you see looks over the shoulders. Everyone's second place back, already looking through. Some nods to the helmets and agreement of how they're going to work together. So we already have some interesting mix-ups getting ready to start happening up front. It's Charlie Skripowski over Cohen Shoecraft, Cooper Maccabee in third, Grayson Kurtz in fourth, Brody Picos in fifth, and Patrick, you were indeed correct. I think it was Mila Wellborn who spun there in ninth as we continue our way along, battling through Cohen Shoecraft. That number 0 plated cart /129 is the cart here leading the second place run forward as they work to compete for second place. Really, they need to get together and work together to try to go after Skripowski, who's already pulled a 1 second gap.
I mean, he has been just excellent today, Charlie Skripowski. I mean, he's qualified on pole. He won the pre-final in the T4 minis, and earlier on today, he was one of the drivers who was really close to taking a full sweep here in the mini Swifts. He was just missing that pole position, but otherwise he would have gotten a clean sweep in that category. Can he make it a clean sweep in the T4 minis? Right now it's looking like a pretty strong case, but we do have to note it is still very early on here in the race. Still 7.5 minutes to go before we go ahead and add on those final 2 laps.
And that's the thing that I think sometimes we forget about, is the fact that it is the additional 2 laps. We look at the timer, we have the timer running here in Mini Cadet, and then we forget the 2 laps. And those 2 laps are really where everything changes, because a lot of times for drivers, they get smart, especially in this younger category, and they know there's a timer, and they know that when they see those popsicle sticks, they see that 2 to go signal, that's when the gloves come off. That's when the battle really hits through. And so sometimes they are just getting to the 2 to go signal. They're not really looking to get anything crazy here early on. Sometimes they will go for passes in moments, like we see here Grayson Kurtz looking down sort of towards the inside of Cooper Maccabee, but not really going for the pass. It's that 2 to go signal in these younger categories where the gloves come off, the battles really hit, and some of the craziest moments can start to happen right then and there when that 2 to go signal hits. And really, I say it's the younger categories, it's every category. The younger categories are less likely to wait for the 2 to go signal than some of our older categories are.
Yeah, this group pretty much just prioritizes trying to get the pass done and just showing that, hey, I'm the faster card, so I'm going to go for the move. And that's what pretty much everybody in these categories do.
Working along here, down into... Whoop.
I thought that was about to be a pass. I thought that was about to be a lunge up the inside for the 120 of Grayson Karutz. And so far, he's going to just keep that position and hold on tight. And it's still going to be a position for Cooper Maccabee as they continue to fight for P3 overall. These are all the spec carts, so the T4s, just beautiful pieces of machinery. I've done some research into them since we got it here today, and they are fantastic pieces of machinery. And I mean, it's basically like a rental car championship that you can run in these T4s.
They are such fun karts to watch, honestly, and they are karts that I really think that if you're looking to get into karting, they are a good option to take a look at as well. I think they do add a good run through, and of course they are a homologated chassis, and they give things through, and of course you can get the invitation to run under the Team USA banner in Spain for the driver who gets the highest finish in a full T4 Nations Cup legal setup. So if you wanted to do that, you have the option to do that and run through. So if you are running in this T4 category and you're running a true full spec legal setup, you do have the possibility to put yourself in the position to get to go to Spain. And we do have drivers that are working to get to Spain right now in this T4 category as they work their way through later in the season, later in the year. They are looking to go represent Team USA and compete in the battle for a national championship here in the T4s, which is amazing to say, honestly. It's amazing to think that there are drivers who are working to compete internationally and try to win internationally here in karting. That's a huge, huge deal to put yourself in that position. It takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of money and energy and time, but to even be able to get yourself in a position to compete, of course, you have to be real quick behind the wheel of a T4. And we see, here we go, attempt for the pass to the inside from Kurtz, not able to get the pass, but gave it a good try right there out of the bridge.
Yeah, he was trying really hard to make that move stick, but I mean, sometimes it's just not always there, but he's applying that constant pressure, trying to make him just move on and trying to hold on, as we do have about 3 minutes and 15 seconds plus the 2 laps to go. Drivers are absolutely just giving it their all, and it is awesome seeing drivers from this age group going ahead and just competing internationally. And I mean, that's the big step going into a lot of the high tiers of motorsports. I mean, it starts in karting, then you can go to Formula 4, Formula 3, Formula 2, Formula 1, or you could go to GT racing, you could go the endurance racing route, you can even go the NASCAR route if you want to. But there it is, there's the move on the inside. It doesn't quite stick. It's like a non-stick pan, didn't quite stick there as Grayson Karutz trying again in the 120. Just trying to put himself into P3 in the T4.
That's why it's called a non-stick pan, because it's non-stick, is a certain Gordon Ramsay would say, going through as Charlie Skrapowski up in the front still, 3.3 seconds in the lead, holding on to this one as much as possible. And Shoecraft and Maccabee really running their way through with Kurtz just there in fourth. Shoecraft has ran away a bit from Cooper Maccabee and Grayson Kurtz. Charlie Skrapowski up in the front, of course, 3.8 seconds, and then it's 5 seconds separating out from Cohen Shoecraft to Maccabee and Kurtz, who are battling it out. Then you have Brody Kikos and Luciano Iannozzi, who are battling it out. They is a mini and cadet mix that is battling it out for P5. Going under the bridge, coming through, you still have the T4s right here. Maccabee and Kurtz looking to battle their way through the 150 with a bit of a slide there, and Kurtz not able to capitalize, is really pushing the tires out. These are the same tires they've been on all day and that they ran the pre-final in. So these tires by the end of this race might be screaming out for some help, but with a minute 15 left, you just tell them, it's okay, we just have a minute 15 plus 2 laps to go. Just hold on another few minutes, please.
You just have to whisper to them and just say, it's okay, we only have about 4 laps to go, 3 or 4 laps to go, it's okay. Yeah, and I mean, granted, I've never been great on tire wear. I've always been pretty rough on my tires, so my tires would definitely be screaming at me during one of these races. But I mean, hey, if you can learn to manage tires at this young of an age, that is going to be so crucial in helping you out in the long run across your motorsports journey. Some cars do burn out tires more than others. Some tracks burn out tires more than others. When I think of tire wear, I think of we mentioned Spain earlier. I think of the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya in Spain, and then also the Losail International Circuit in Qatar. Those are 2 tracks that will really burn up your tires really quickly. So if you ever want to go into international motorsport, then I mean, learning tire management at this stage, it makes it a fundamental building block to a successful racing career.
Absolutely, it is a big difference, make or break on running your tires here. We check in with Charlie Skrapowski here, the 133 here, who is just absolutely having a time in the front, you have to say. 4.5 seconds to the good right now, using that Tillotson T4 and having a beautiful go of it here at the moment as we are 3 laps to go. Consistent pace is the thing that sticks out to me for Charlie Skrapowski. A consistency in pace that has absolutely been through since the beginning. 58.7, 58.7, 58.6, 58.6, 58.5, 58.7, 58.5, 58.4, 58.7 is where the lap times have landed. just consistently hammering down the times here as we go 2 to go. And that last lap, 58.8.
Absolute consistency, and that's another thing that really can just help you out in any form of racing, is just being consistent. That consistency can win championships as he goes through. And Charles Kapowski continuing to race on here, and he is putting on a clinic here in the T4s, and this is just an absolutely stellar drive from the T4 Cadet. And I mean, there isn't too much else you can say about it aside from it has been a stellar drive and just beautiful racing. And this is actually going to help him out pretty well in the championship, because right now he's currently sitting in 7th in this championship, believe it or not. He has not taken a win so far. He's taken some podiums, and he's only taken wins here today, and he's went from no wins to basically right on the verge of pulling out a clean sweep here, as he is now on the final lap here. The white flag is out, and he will take the final tour of this racetrack. He's been strong all day across multiple different classes, and he looks to take another clean sweep here. He's won in the mini Swifts, the pre-final and the final. He won the pre-final earlier for the T4 minis, but now as he makes his way through the last couple of corners, he has been consistent, consistently quick, consistently rapid, and now he's been consistently winning here today. Charles Kapowski will win here in the T4 minis by 4.7 seconds, actually 5 seconds now, as he crosses the line, with Luciano Iannozzi taking the win in the 206 Cadets. And that is another clean sweep here, as we get 2 clean sweeps in these 2 categories. Our 3rd clean sweep of the afternoon.
Great to see there. Cohen Shoecraft, Cooper McAbee, Grayson Kurtz, Brody Picos, Luciano Iannozzi, Oliver Adams, Mac Burmeister, Nilo Wellborn, and Parker Kurtz. Your 10 carts through. Coming up next, it's juniors, the T4 and 206 respectively. They get to take their turn here around Bushnell Motorsports Park here in Bushnell, Florida. We'll be right back.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
And welcome back here where it's time for T4 and 206 Juniors to get rolling. Your, not penultimate, but tri-ultimate final? I don't know if there's a word for that here as they get rolling through. And let's take a look at their starting lineup. It's Matheson, Paget, Pearson, Apple, Gonzalez, Parks, Hugh Coker, Montieso, Fuller, and Hopper, your top 10 as they roll. And T4 Junior and 206 Junior combined, this class is going to have some great battles all the way up and down the grid. It's going to be one to really keep an eye on here, and I am excited to see how they play their way along here as they roll down. Already formed up out of 14. I love to see it here as they go slow towards the tram lines to get ready to go. Actually, they were formed up out of 13. Look at that. I love it when the juniors have it formed up, and now it's the nice slow roll all the way to the tram lines to get ready for their 12 minutes plus 2 laps of action. 18 karts on the track to bring out 12 minutes of excitement. And here we go into the tram lines. And they roll through, and they are green. We're racing here up through the go and already into turn 1. It's good battle side by side, clean through 1, 2, and clean so far down towards turn 3.
Good action happening all throughout here. We have 18 karts here in this combined category. You have the Spec T4s, and then you have the 206 Juniors all racing together to bring out a fantastic field as we continue to go racing here. Tyler Paget leads ahead of Tobias Matheson and Ashton Pearson, the championship leader, as we started the race. And they're going to go to just fight their way through the twin hairpins. It is 12 minutes plus 2 laps is the race duration for this one. And we're going to continue on as we go to get ready to get the first lap in the books. One of the karts was moving a little bit further behind, but some positional changes have happened over the last lap. Roman Pullen did go ahead and jump to the top, but some drivers have moved all the way down, and that is Matthias Gonzalez has been dropped all the way to the back, and that's the 211. But look at this, a move on the inside. He's going to lose 2 positions in the span of 1 corner. Can he recover one of those back? It is going to be battle of the orange helmets as they do battle along here. And that is going to be a good scrap. We love to see it. And he's got to go a little bit of a bump there, trying to find any sort of a gap, trying to find any pass here. But look at this. It is going to be Ashton Pearson trying to fight here, trying to get one with Benjamin Chastain, as they will fight side by side. They will go to form single file, and action is just happening all throughout the racetrack, with now Ashton Pearson, championship leader, up into 2nd place.
Riley Parks holding 3rd here at the moment. Tyler Paget has checked out over a 2nd in the lead right now as we have a battle for 2nd. Ashton Pearson, Riley Parks going side by side down the hill into turn 5. It will be a move to the inside for Riley Parks. Gets past Ashton Pearson. Roman Pullen trying to make a move along there in all orange. Looks over the shoulder back at Benjamin Chastain and at Tobias Matheson, who are just a little bit behind there. Delanger Appel, by the way, in 7th place here. Fastest kart of anyone on circuit, but back out of position, I'd have to say, for that number 214, sorry, trying to work through here. Up in the front there, you see Paget again look over the shoulder, and Tyler Paget trying to just pull a bit of momentum, pull a bit of gap here out of the final corner. Down the front stretch they go, and coming across the line, it is Paget leading Parks with Pearson in 3rd, and then it's Roman Pullen, Chastain, Matheson, and Dillinger Appel with now your fastest kart, 2nd place, Riley Parks.
Yeah, but look at this. Oh, contact. You see the hand wave of appreciation and the frustration coming out here. And I believe that was Tobias Matheson who is involved in that. He was the driver that was expressing his frustration. It's a tight field. It's a tricky corner going up the bridge. And so you know it's going to be moments like that. We've seen them all day long. Contact happens I mean, I think a position or two might have been lost, but ultimately not the worst thing that could happen. It might get looked at post-race. But here we go, coming through the second of the twin hairpins. And this is going to be a fast and furious run now as the 233 Tobias Matson trying to continue on, trying to regain some of those positions as Dillinger Appel is now up into P6 out of Matson in P7 as they're going to continue to fight. This is a three-way fight between Chastain, Appel, and Matson. They're making their way down the bridge, and we're going to see maybe somebody's going to try it. I think Appel is going to try to make something happen here as everybody is just scrapping their way on through. Matson did get ahead of Appel, and as they're currently fighting for P6 and 7th.
Continuing to fight their way along here, forward in the front in T4, back in 206. 206 is having a whole nother run in and of itself. They're having some wild moments further back that they cannot let off of, and they have not stopped here. Again, reminder, this is T4 and 206 combined running through, and it's Lucas Stokel right now in P9 and the 715 leading. And then you go back, you have Mateus Gonzalez in P10, and then Hugh Coker 11th, and then Montienzo. You have Thaddeus Coker, Stephanie Miller. They're all separated by a whole lot of nothing right now. And absolutely fighting things out here as we have battles for positions up and down the go here, going side by side. Nobody leaving any breathing room. This is the fun that I like about the juniors. The juniors are just smart enough to have some racecraft, but they're just young enough to have the ability to send moves that typically would not work. And that's exactly what we're seeing happen right now, all the way up and down this field.
Yeah, and this is going to be a beautiful battle as we do just see fights happening all throughout on the racetrack. And these younger drivers, like you said, they have a bit more audacity is the word, the first word that comes to mind. A little bit of a bump there for the 223. Or sorry, that's the 229, or 233, excuse me, as they continue to fight on. A three-way drag race here as they continue to try to fight for that P5. And that is going to be the goal for these three karts on track at the moment. They are all just doing whatever they can. Good battles, nose to tail. Absolutely just sending it where they can, where they have an opportunity to. But a lot of it is just building up that opportunity to make the send. And building that send versus making the send is much easier said than done. But look how tight our front pack is at the moment. It is going to be Tyler Padgett, Riley Parks, and Roman Pullen all pulled together.
Look at this nose to tail as they go up the bridge to go down the bridge here, side by side. We go for the move. Matheson looking to make the move up the inside stick. Not able to. Back into single file. They go yet again under the bridge. So many times we're seeing that attempt to go through and then not able to make the pass and then going back into single file. That is just the nature of these T4s. Again, this is a spec series here that is homologated very strongly, and it's all about the driver ability. And then sometimes that just gets frustrating because it can get hard to pass when it's all about the person behind the seat, and it's not necessarily going to be, do you have a better build? Do you have something different to give? It is 1v1, and well, you can get passes. Sometimes you really got to work for them, though. Like we see there, that pass happens through. That is Roman Pullen on Riley Parks getting through for second, and now they've got to chase after that 223 of Tyler Padgett, who is up in the front. Your top three separated by a whole lot of nothing right now. Lots of looks over the shoulder trying to gauge, do I have a friend behind? If you're Tyler Padgett, the answer is a resounding N-O spells no right now. You have no friends behind. You are absolutely getting challenged.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, this is where the big points are scored here in the championship. So you're going to want to just try to go for the moves and try to build up this championship challenge. A move on the inside for Roman Pullen. He pulls ahead. And are we going to see two positions change? Looks like it's going to be Riley Parks getting the better run, and Riley Parks does jump up into second. Tyler Paget down into third position as they make their way through. And it is going to be two positions drop for the number 223 of Tyler Paget. A little bit of a bump there for Roman Pullen. And Roman, he's going to go defensive, go on the defensive inside line, but it might be a switchback as it looks like Riley Parks almost had that move done and settled, but not quite yet. They're still fighting it out, still going for everything on the track. And with 2.5 minutes left to go before the final 2 laps, anything can happen as Riley Parks it into P1 for now. But is Roman Pullen gonna try around the outside? It's gonna be a tender around the outside, but there's Tyler Paget looking for the move. He's gonna go in and just tuck right in. It looked like he was almost gonna go for the pass one, get one, trying to get the pogo, but nothing yet as Riley Parks leads with 2 minutes and 2 laps to go.
Meanwhile, all of this is going on in the battle for 206 Jr. Lucas Stokel and Hugh Coker are separated by 0.2 of a second back in 11th and 12th overall right now as your 10-204s are going quick. Battle again for the lead, though. Pullen and Park swap position one more time, and I tell you what, juniors are not holding punches in any category, in any position right now. And if you are Tyler Paget, you're thinking, all right, can I just survive here? Let these two battle each other and maybe just let them handle wrecking each other or taking each other out. We're getting too competitive here as we see switch-alongs here side by side yet again, and there is a bit of a drop back through from Pullen on Parks and still not able to go. Here's the problem the top 3 have right now. Notice that 242 of Ashton Pearson. It's closed in even more this time as those top 3 battle. Ashton Pearson is just head down, nose to the grindstone, running through, ran a personal best last time. So the more that Ashton Pearson can close up to the top 3, the more Ashton Pearson ends up in a position to possibly steal the win from the top 3, because it's all about survival, attrition, and just being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, Ashton Pearson, currently your championship leader here in this category. He's picked up a handful of wins. He picked up a pre-final and final win in round 4 of the season. And again, a pre-final win in round number 2. So he's had some pretty good successes here. But, I mean, Tyler Paget is 3rd in the championship. And if the results finish as they are, as that is going to be Roman Pullen making the move for the lead. But Tyler Paget, if Tyler Paget finishes where he is now, he will jump Dillinger Appel for 2nd in the championship. And I mean, all the points are crucial because you only have a handful of rounds left to go in this championship. It is all to play for here.
Pearson now to the back of this top 3 battle as Roman Pullen is, oh, there's the contact that we were worried about, and that is the 272 of Riley Parks, who has spun off. 272, unfortunately, will drop out of that battle now. You saw the hit of the steering wheel, the frustration there. The juniors are really good at expressing their emotions in the moment, I will say, here in the T4 category. Beautiful job there from the 272 of Riley Parks, showing the emotion, but then immediately getting that kart rolling again. Unfortunately for Riley Parks, does drop well out of this top 3 battle and is going to lose several positions. That neutralizes a little bit of the momentum here between Pullen and Paget. We'll have to see how that closes through. Pearson now up into 3rd as they go 2 laps to go this time by. Dillinger Appel into 4th. Riley Parks locks in 5th. Back in 206 Jr, by the way. Hugh Coker has gotten past Lucas Stokel. Still, though, that battle's not done as Jocelyn Montienzo and Thaddeus Coker are all in the mix as well for 206 Jr.
Every position is being fought for in this one. And Roman Pullen is looking pretty, he's in a pretty decent spot with 2 to go. He's got about half a second to Tyler Paget in 2nd place. So if he keeps it consistent and if he just doesn't overdrive that T4 kart, then he could really find himself in a pretty good spot to go ahead and just take a win here on the day. It would be a very good one for him as well, as Roman Pullen trying now just to clean up. White flags out. It is going to be the final lap of the race here. He took pole position earlier on today, and it looks like he might be able to take a race win on top of that for the final. So, I mean, it is all to play for. Tyler Patrick can still make a comeback and get it done, but look at this. Battles here just happening all throughout, but making his way into the final sector of the racing track. It is the 222 of Roman Pullen, as he is going to try now to hold on. And all he has to do is just navigate the last couple of corners, the second half of the twin hairpins. He has 3 2s in the cart number, but he won't add a P2 to that. Roman Pullen, well, juniors, who is going to go ahead and get this one done. The 790 is in the lead of that class. That's going to be Hugh Cocker trying to go ahead and make his way to the victory column. He's just got the twin hairpins. He's going to navigate those very nicely done there, with Lucas Stockel trying to hold on as well. He wants to maybe try to regain the win here, and he is going to give it everything in his power to try to get the win in the 206. And as they come across the line now, it is going to be Hugh Cocker taking the win, and that is a fantastic way to wrap up the juniors here on this fine Saturday afternoon. Roman Pullen ahead of Tyler Paget, Ashton Pearson, Riley Parks, who had that spin in the latter stages of the race, Benjamin Cashchang, and then it is Dylan Appel, Tobias Matheson, Noah Hopper, Matthias Gonzalez, and Stephanie Miller rounding out your top 10.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Karting isn't just speed.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as karts roll out on track. This is your 206 Senior and Master category out rolling as they get ready for their 12 minutes plus 2 laps of action to head through. If 206 Senior replicates what KA100 Senior did, well, buckle up because it's going to be wild here as they go. Esteban Munoz up in the front with Carlo Roschetti in second, Dylan Almeida in third, Ethan Bellis in fourth, Summer Whited in fifth, Pedro Crispum in sixth, Leonardo Fernandez Palante in seventh, Yaden Casas in eighth, Eduardo Seicher in ninth, Juan Carlos Matute with Jacob Shortshecki and Manny Sola. Your 12 carts to take on this 206 Senior Master category here. 11 carts are senior. Your only master is the 488 of Manny Sola here. It's going to be exciting to watch, though, up in the front as we had Esteban Munoz and Carlo Roschetti have a great battle through the pre-final. Will they replicate it into the final? Into the tram lines they go, side by side. Let's see, do we get... And no, they send them back around for one more go. Looks like didn't like something they saw there. They send them back around, and that would be what it was. Sola was not in position there in the tram lines.
Yeah, and actually I do see that James Hare, who took over qualifying and he won the pre-final, he just wasn't able to make it out on track, unfortunately. So it was funny because James Hare was the only 206 master in qualifying, and now Sola is the only 206 master in the race. So kind of an even amount of appearances between the two. Although James Hare is going to take it 2-1 in the 206 master battle between those two in particular. But it is going to be a fantastic 12 minutes plus 2 laps in our penultimate race here on the Saturday.
Coming back to try this one more again, coming down into the tram lines, and we are green, we are racing here for the Senior Master main event, side by side into turn one. Bit of contact there for second place, a bit of 2 wide back further through, and a big dive to the inside going in the mid-pack. Everybody trying to shuffle their way along here up the hill for the first time, then down the bridge, down into turn one. But for Esteban Munoz, it is a clean race start.
Yeah, he had a very good race in the pre-final earlier on today. So he's going to continue to just push along here and do everything that he can to get these positions and just try to hold on to the race lead. And, I mean, him and Carlo Roschetti had a really good battle in the pre-final earlier on. And I expect nothing less than these two to have a really good battle. And you do have Dylan Almeida trying to go ahead and maybe try to go ahead and disrupt this battle. Well, we'll see. I mean, anything can happen here in our penultimate final of the afternoon. Right now, Carlo Roschetti taking the fastest lap with a 101.777.
Continuing to push and battle along here up the hill yet again as the 206s, they're very heavy on draft dependence. They're very heavy on a game of follow the leader, so expect to see them hold each other kind of nose to tail here for the next little bit as they work their way along, and that is exactly what we see going on, is that nose to tail run continuing to follow itself up in 206 Senior, and it'll be interesting to watch and see if anyone decides to be a friend, because what's that saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'd be curious to see if any of these 206 drivers decide to start working with each other to try to pull a gap here, especially those top two. Those top two will work together enough. They can pull a gap on P3 back and then start battling it out. They've got 8 minutes and 45 seconds to really see what they can do and how far away they can get. And of course, they are running the same kart here, and it'll be interesting to see if they decide to play kind, how it plays out. But right now, their problem is going to be that third place is way too close to them. Almeida in that 305 is right there on the back. They can't pull any sort of gap right now.
Yeah, right now the 305 is constantly applying pressure to the 375 of Carlo Roschetti and the 309 of Esteban Munoz, as they are just trying. The front two are going to work together. They want to pull a gap because they had a fun battle earlier on, and they'll just want to do that again, have a bit of a repeat of the pre-final. But Almeida is saying, nuh-uh, you're not going to exclude me from this fight. I want a little bit of this action. And he's going to try to close it. We'll see the gap stays or just kind of accordions a bit here, as it looks like Almeida's starting to pull away from the rest of the pack. He did close in by a couple hundredths to Rossetti, and now these three are almost all nose to tail, coming up and down the bridge they go, trying to make a move into the sweeping left hairpin, as now they're coming through. And we gotta remember, they've been on this tire for quite a while, at least since earlier on today. I know they ran I think they did run a slightly different tire earlier due to the track still being a bit wet when they were qualifying, but the same tires for the pre-final and the final, so those things have definitely been through some wear, and I thought Esteban Munoz was a bit too much on the edge there.
Yeah, Esteban Munoz here really trying to push to get away from Rossetti, trying to push with Rossetti to get away from Almeida, and it is easier said than done, I have to say that, in this 206 Senior Master category to pull any sort of a gap. They're certainly giving it the try, but it's just not seeming to really capitalize right now for Esteban Munoz and for Rossetti. Continuing along here, 6.5 minutes left to go for these drivers as they work their way through. And I'll tell you right now, for Esteban Munoz, has had a strong showing here so far in this season. Lots of podiums over at AMR Motorplex, trying to find things through, and well, looking like a very good run here will add to the mix here for Carlo Rossetti. Of course, Carlo Rossetti, a very, very strong driver here with Nash Motorsports, and will be looking to find a bit more of a run here. Also has had a lot of runs over at AMR and tends to win. So these two really know how to race with each other over at AMR, and they're showing it right now in FLKC that they can race together very, very well as well.
Yeah, and they're just showing just that true pace, as the fastest lap actually goes to Jaden Casas, currently with a 59.199, fastest kart on track at the moment. As now we're going to see it, and here comes the battles. The battles are well and truly alive. And here we go. It's going to be a strong fight between these karts. It is actually going to be the 324 against the 377, as they're all just trying to find their positions, trying to find their footing. You got 5 minutes left to go, and then you got your final 2 laps. As Esteban Munoz and Carlo Rossetti did pull away ever so slightly from Dylan Almeida, but it is not enough. You still got to pull out a bit more of a gap if you want that. If you want that freedom just to kind of race on your own. And the 324 of Jaden Casas trying to chase down Summer Whited. It's going to be a good move. It's going to be a lunge. Down the hill they go. He's got the inside. He will back out of it for now. Jaden Casas backing out of the move for now. But there will be another opportunity in the near future. I can definitely see he's got the pace.
100% agree with that. And of course, Esteban Munoz is one of the managers over at the Apex Racing Group, coach and mechanic over there, and has a critical role in the team coordination and operation and success. As a former national champion, we'll be looking to have some strong pace up in the front. Jaden Casas right now has your fastest lap of anyone back in 6th in the 324. You see here continuing to put some pressure up in the front on Summer Whited, and looking to try to make some moves ahead, and not able to get the pass there, but is certainly sitting right on the back in that 324. Jaden Casas will be looking up and down the order, trying to find the way to go. That 324 has had some good runs this season as well, with an average qualifying of 5th and an average finish of 8th here on the go. 4 wins, 13 podiums, and 36 races in the Carter DB database. Finished first, of course, in round 1 in the 206 senior category, and is going to continue to try to push and find momentum.
Momentum is so important in these 206 karts, as we're going to just take a look and see who's going to go ahead and get the move done. Carlo Rochetti still right on the bumper, almost bump drafting as they come through. And by 0.09, by 900ths of a second, you know, these guys are absolutely trying to work together to build that gap. But sometimes when it comes to racing, you just got to break those friendships and just go straight to war, because there's only one person that can finish on that top step of the podium, regardless of how much these two try to pull away and try to race as a consistent unit. It's either going to be Munoz or Rochetti. If it's going to be either one of those two, only one can take the top step. They all can't take the top step, as everything is going to continue to race on, and they are just going to fight tooth and nail for the position. Whether it's now or later, we'll just have to find out.
Under 2 minutes to go now, and the battle up front continues. Carlo Rochetti currently showing slightly faster than Esteban Munoz, but not able to get the pass done. Dylan Almeida has lost the momentum here, but is still running faster than Ethan Bellis in 4th place. So the top two working to pull away from Dylan Almeida, but has to be able to get the pass here. Is trying very hard to do so, but not able to do it at the moment. Working together as much as possible. Again, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, and it's a third entirely to defend it. And right now we're seeing the catch versus pass battle really play itself out here in the front. Nose to tail they go, nose to tail they sit. Again, coming through the third part of the lap. We're under 60 seconds to go, and you see the bounces in the seat. Esteban Munoz here looking to find that pace ahead, and looking to find that way forward here as they cross the line. It should be 3 laps to go, including this one.
3 laps to go, and Rochetti just at the fastest lap of the race. It is a 59.099. So he is trying to do everything in his power to now try to maybe grab the lead off of Esteban Munoz. And this is going to be just a hard fight between these two. They've mission success. They pulled the gap to Dylan Almeida, but now they got to figure out who is going to take the top step between the two of them. It's going to be a good, hard fight. And we know how fast these two can be. We know how much respect these two have for each other on the racetrack. We saw it earlier in the pre-final. And right now, it is going to be a battle of the greats. Carlo Rochetti, he took qualifying. And then Esteban Munoz took the pre-final. Which one of these two will take the final here? They're already nose to tail. We're already seeing Rochetti thinking about the outside. He looks one way, he looks another. He's playing some automotive peekaboo, trying to find the gap that will get him into the lead. And it's going to be a good slipstream here coming through under the bridge as they approach now the twin hairpins. And here we go. It's going to be another fight between these two. They're coming up now to the twin hairpins. And it's going to be a switchback. Rochetti's got the speed, but he doesn't have the inside line. And not this time around. Good effort from the 375, but not enough as we approach the final lap.
As we come down, white flag this time by. This is where I think a little bit more of an attempt, a little bit more of a send will come through for Munoz on Rochetti to try to get the pass back and try to really challenge through. Here we go, up the hill we go. Look over the shoulder from Esteban Munoz. Nobody nearby. Big defense to the inside there from Carlo Rochetti. So the pressure is felt, but you've got to be able to defend the pressure. Side by side they go again under the bridge. Side by side they come out, looks over the shoulder. That was an interesting moment there, and it is Munoz ahead of Rochetti after they come out from under the bridge. And now it's defense for the final half of the lap. Come down into the hairpin and not even a look over the shoulder this time. So Esteban Munoz definitely feeling confident there was enough of a gap there to defend to the end. Look over the shoulder now, bounce in the seat. Look at that, trying to build momentum. And now Rossetti wants to get the defense. One more corner to attempt, no puddle to block. And no attempt made. Coming to the line here, Carlo Rossetti is going to win 206 Senior.
Oh no, I think Esteban Munoz got it right at the end. I think Munoz picked it up. According to our information, Esteban Munoz will actually get the win here by .074. Esteban Munoz ahead of Carlo Rossetti. That was a close one. Dylan Almeida, P3, Jaden Casas, Ethan Bella, Summer Wedded, and then Pedro Crispin, and then Leonardo Fernandez Palatine. And then it is going to be Juan Carlos Matute with one Mr. Manny Sola winning in the 206 Masters. And actually, I think we had a last-minute retirement from Eduardo Syker.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
And for the final time for your Saturday, it is time for finals, and it is going to be the T4 Senior Masters rolling. Evan Hager leads Frederick Manning with Liam Cheserek in third, Phoenix Whitney, James Foley in fifth. Stephen Miller Jr. will be in sixth with Alexander Dowdon Cologne in P number 7. Landon Cheserek, Tristan Truchot, and Taysom Bowling, your top 10 here. There's 20 entries in this T4 Senior Master category. I'm excited to see how it ends. 12 minutes plus 2 laps to end your Saturday, and it's going to be some of the craziest racing you've seen all day. So buckle up, because it's time for the green. We're racing here in T4 Senior, side by side already through turn 1. Everyone makes it through turn 1. Now into turn number 3 we go. This is actually the scarier corner, and 2 carts together collected in the back. Everyone else makes it up over the bridge. Down into turn 5, we've already got side by side for the lead, and a bit of contact up in the front.
Contact is happening all over the place here. This one, it is a pretty stacked field. You do have 20 different carts on the track here, and this is just a righteously good battle for every position. 2 categories. You got the seniors and the masters. 4 masters, 16 seniors, as they fight for every inch of tarmac here at Bushnell's Motorsports Park. We are seeing some absolutely good battles here, and I mean, just nose to tail all the way through. our final match of 12 minutes plus 2 laps here at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
That was Luis Quiones and Daniel Canales that dropped down the order here. Some big losses through the go. Frederick Manning dropped from 2nd to 9th place on the race start, not getting away well. Daniel Costa, by the way, dropping 11 places, P6 to P17, not getting away well. But a driver who did get away well was Stephen Miller Jr., the 377, who's now up in the front competing for the lead right now and looking to really bring the challenges along here as Evan Hager is through. And there's some big offs and run arounds. That's a 351 with an absolutely messed up rear bumper and no front bumper again. Not the first time we've seen someone like that. What in the world has happened there?
Something suboptimal is going to be my answer to that one, as Bowling is now just striking out way down the road. He dropped 10 positions on the lap, and actually that might just be Tazen Bowling out of this race. He has dropped down 12 positions on that last lap, and so I think his night is done and dusted a bit too early. As we continue on, it is going to be Stephen Miller Jr. ahead of Evan Hager and Liam Chesarak, your top 3 at the moment.
Coming out of the first hairpin down into the second, towards 14 and 15 we go, and you can see these T4s have locked themselves into a very strong, solid line so far because it is a homologated series. It's all very, very close. You really have to fight for pace, and you have to have just a little bit of the skill in there to keep things going. So as they head along, it is going to be just a battle through and through. There is Tristan Truchot, your fastest car on track, going for a move down the inside. Clean move into turn 5, I have to say, to get past Liam Chesarak up into P3. So now that 321 will set off towards Evan Hager, looking to get the move done, heading for second place if it's possible, and right on the back already for P2.
Yeah, these guys are not going to give an inch, because in racing, you know, if you give someone an inch, they're going to take a mile off of you. And I mean, if you just and we've seen that a lot of times here today, if you let somebody have the lead, a lot of times they are going to check out with that lead if you keep battling too much with the car behind you. So you really just got to try to focus on the car ahead, but you can't totally ignore the car behind you as well. You got to just, it's a tricky situation, but Tristan Truchot, currently fastest car on track, a 57.735, and actually the only driver to set a sub 58 lap time. So Tristan Truchot, who did get past Liam Chesarak on the last lap, he's got some pace in that 321.
That he does, and I would not be surprised if we don't see Tristan Truchot really making some strong moves later into this race. 7.5 minutes left to go, and Miller Jr. really hasn't been able to take off and build up any sort of a gap, and even then, Tristan Truchot is still faster than Stephen Miller Jr., but it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. That is the name of the game here. You catch, then you pass, then you catch, then you pass. And if someone catches you, you got to defend the pass, and that is all of the hard things that can be done. Tristan Truchot, 57.9 last time, 58 flat from Stephen Miller, and that 57.9 from Truchot was even with passing Evan Hager. So with that being said, at 321, I think is going to be very much in the front end of the challenge to the end of this race. Side by side, down further back in the field here, shuffling for more positions we go. Under the bridge and through the woods, into the next corner we go, as that is the 307 and 329. That's Dalba Colon and Foley who are fighting it out. That's back for P5.
Fights, I mean, that's the thing, is just that fights are happening all throughout. And it's been a busy day for a lot of these drivers, some of them even competing in multiple classes. And we're going to just see some drivers just really just, I mean, it's going to be a day of attrition. These drivers have been racing. This is their third race today, some of them even more than that. Truchot again showing that pace. Truchot is up in the second, And he's got another fast lap time, a 57.715. Now the time to be in the fastest lap time, as it is going to be James Foley trying to make the move. He gets a move up the inside of A.D. Cologne, and that is going to be a good position there. But are they going to switch it back, coming through the tunnel? And it is going to be a switchback, and it is going to be Alexander Dalbon Cologne back up in the fifth place, ahead of James Foley. And these guys are just giving each other no quarter whatsoever, fighting tooth and nail for every single position on this racetrack, as Truchot still trying to chase down Stephen Miller Jr., and that gap is now just 0.3 of a second.
And that gap going to continue to close its way up with 5 minutes to go, but it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, as I said earlier, and this is where I think for Stephen Miller Jr. that it's another to pass is going to play in his favor. That 3.77 looking very, very quick here, but just doesn't seem to have the crispness in corners that Truchot does. Truchot just seems to really be hitting those marks a little bit cleaner lap after lap than Stephen Miller Jr. But Stephen Miller Jr. is not a slouch behind the seat, and this could all be strategy as well. This could be just thinking things through and playing a little bit of strategy to hold on to some tires, to hold on to some runs to the end, and then we'll be able to go and try to stretch a gap on Tristan Truchot. But see how it plays out here with 4 minutes to go across the front stretch. The gap between the top two now sitting at 0.3 of a second. It didn't move, identical lap times last time across. Now that is not the ideal situation for Truchot.
He's only 0.003 quicker on that last lap, which, I mean, it is closer, but not close enough. And I mean, you got 4 minutes and then 2 laps to go before the last race of the day is wrapped up. Granted, we are all going to come back and do this again tomorrow on Sunday. Same order, same everything. And they'll get another shot at it. But, I mean, this is the last opportunity coming up here. You only got 3.5 minutes left to go in this round, and you are just going to be in a pickle. Just, I mean, it's tough on both sides, because for Stephen Miller Jr., if you burn up too much trying to defend, then you're really going to have nothing left for when Truchot goes full speed. But if Truchot just burns it out too quickly on his end, then Stephen Miller Jr. can just start pushing later once he knows that Truchot's had the tire fall off. So, I mean, it's going to be a game of cat and mouse between these two. Who's in which role? It's going to be decided, but there's the move for Tristan Truchot. He's going to get the move up into first place. 321, now in P1.
Great move there from the 321. Now needs to run away with it and get going. That is going to be the big key here, is to get away from Stephen Miller Jr. and is trying to do so right now, but Stephen Miller Jr. now responding right back to the back. 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps of racing left to go. So 4.5 minutes of action remains here for these drivers as they come across the line here, and Stephen Miller looks very, very feisty there in the second place. It's one of those, you know, cat and mouse games. Would you rather be the mouse or would you rather be the cat? And right now, I think Stephen Miller feels much more comfortable in second place than it appeared to in the lead. And it's not that Stephen Miller is slow. I want to be clear on that. I'm not saying Stephen Miller is a slow driver. I'm saying that Stephen Miller now has a target in front to continue to chase, and that's going to help pull some extra pace out of that 3.77.
He can also get a good slipstream from the 321 as well, so he can really just push on here. And I mean, like you said, he's now got an active target, but now Tristan Truchot is also in clear air, which could really help him out quite a bit. He did set the fastest lap of the race last time out, being first, or one of the few drivers to set a sub 58. A 57.563 is his best lap time now. And they come across the line about 0.3 of a second is the gap between them. But checking out here, there is a very good battle. And this is actually for the lead of the T4 Masters, with Daniel Costa going ahead and trying to fight. as I believe that is Landon Cheserek going to drop down a little bit there. So Daniel Costa currently leading his class in the T4 Masters, and he's going to try here, but there's a bit of contact between them, and that's going to open the door for some extra passes to come on through. And just, oh, the frustration is there. These guys are racing for everything, and just those moments of contact, it can be frustrating to be on either end of, because it hampers your race, whether you're on the receiving end or whether you're the one doing the contact.
Contact through, contact along, and well, we contact the end of this race. Time is officially out here on the clock. So it's this lap plus 2 more, so 3 to go in the race. And up front, I thought Truchot would get to the front and try to stretch the legs. Stephen Miller Jr. faster than Truchot last time along and continues to carry on that momentum again. Sometimes it's better to be in second place and just set your way along here. Stephen Miller Jr. now in the lead along over Truchot as they work through the middle part of the lap, heading into the double hairpins here to sweep around the outside of this lap and get the 2 to go signal. This time by Truchot and Stephen Miller Jr. This battle is not going to stop, but they have pulled a great gap over Evan Hager in P3. They come across the line here, 2 to go right now, and Miller Jr. ahead of Truchot for T4 Senior. This is where you've got to wonder for Stephen Miller, is this strategic here, and will this be a case for Stephen Miller running that Team USA T4 karting suit? You defend the inside here, but would it almost be better to let Truchot go a little easy and then go for a big pass on the final lap?
I mean, Stephen Miller Jr. has been pretty good on the defense, so I mean, I think he might just be in a mood to try to defend on behalf of Team USA. He's going to just hold on to the best of his ability. Only 1/10 separated them the last time by. And, I mean, Truchot, I don't know if he burned up too much on his last overtake. He just doesn't seem to quite have the pace as Stephen Miller Jr. just turns off any kind of restrictors that he's placing on himself. And he's going to go ahead and make his way through, and oh, a little bit of a bump. It is now time for the final lap of the race here. Stephen Miller Jr. is ahead by just 0.187 of a second, and this one's going to go down to the wire. Oh, contact!
Side by side here to the inside, little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact out of 5, and now as they go underneath the bridge here through, and now along for the final time, heading through the final sector of the lap towards the hairpins. This is where things are going to get really competitive. Miller Jr. now defending the inside line. Truchot tries to switch it back outside to inside. Miller Jr. defending the inside again, trying to hold up Truchot. Truchot hits the rear end there of Miller Jr. Miller Jr. hands up, and they come around here to the final corners, heading through. For Miller Jr., it's beautiful defense, and it's a beautiful victory here in T4 Senior. Comes across and wins the T4 Senior run with Truchot in second. Evan Hager will find third, James Foley in fourth, and Jack O'Keefe, we didn't even talk about that 388, up 9 places on the day to find a top 5 when it's all said and done.
And Daniel Costa will win in the 206 or the T4 Masters Championship race here today. So he finishes on the top of that one. And what a beautiful, beautiful race it was. And what a beautiful day it has been here in Bushnell, Florida, Brad. And the best part, we get to do it all again tomorrow.
Absolutely. Join us back again tomorrow morning where we'll do it all one more again. And again, this is a quadruple header weekend here at Kart Chaser. RMC Trophy Final at Newcastle, CKNA Summer Nationals at MCC. You have the Super Cup Series, NWKA, happening with SEMA Karting. And then, of course, you've joined us here in the Florida Karting Championship. It's been such a fun time. A big shout out to everyone trackside helping to make this production possible. Really couldn't do it without everyone here at Kart Chaser. Big shout out to Patrick, who's joined me all day. And of course, my name is Brad. We've taken you start to finish. Join us tomorrow morning bright and early. We'll take you start to finish yet again. Good night.
Total.
Lucas, ela vai chamar.
Okay, sorry guys, I know we're kind of behind schedule again. I'm going to blame the rain, 50-50, and then also the other 50. I'll put ramble on like for a good 5 minutes, but I'm not going to do that for you guys. I'll say thank you to the drivers, the mechanics, the parents, the mums, the dads, the aunts, the uncles, the siblings, and everybody in between. Thank you so much for being here. It means the world. We are so sorry, obviously, for what happened to the last race. We really wanted that to go ahead. Unfortunately, it didn't. But to have such an amazing turnout on this race it means more to us than you can imagine. We put so much into this. We love it, and we only want to get better. So thank you for putting your trust in us. Thank you for being here. And anybody that didn't make the podium today, to all you're all champions on that track. This is not easy. Like, this is hard all day, all weekend, for a week or two for some of you. So you are champions. Seriously, thank you so much. So we're going to start with T4 Bambino. Are we ready? Team Bambino. Okay, so in third place we have Knox Shelton. And in second place we have Ian Gomez. Yay! And first place we have Luca Colangelo.
Hold them up!
Why didn't you tell us? Why didn't nobody say anything? You don't read in my notes.
At least I've been the
How did this happen?
I was so
They know, I think they know.
Doesn't matter, it's still a trophy.
Hold them up! And in third place we have Cooper Maccabee.
Yeah, boys.
And in second place we have the man Mr. Cohen Shoestrom.
That's what tomorrow's gonna feel like, okay?
And in first place we have Charlie Rip Ready? Alright, next up we've got Cheminsky. And in second place we have Diego Veloza. And in first place we have Pablo Cervantes. Next up we have Miami Micro, and in third place we have Alistair Camillo. Okay, and in second place we have So this guy broke his arm in the very first FLPC round.
Yep.
Which was horrendous. Like, we never want to see anyone break anything, especially the little one. So, well done, dude. You made it. On the third place, we have Lucas Calvillo. Okay, next up we've got Miami Mini. And in third place we have Rafael And second place we have Leonardo Tavares. And in first place we have Okay, next up we have Kay Jr. and in third place we have Lucas Catania. And second place Samuel Martinez. And in first place, in his very first ever K8 Junior race, in first place we have the handsome Colton. Next up we've got K8 Senior, and in third place we have Danilo Romano. Okay, first place we have Frankie Ayatibia. Next up we have LO206 Jr and in third place we have Dylan Almeida. And second place we have Carlo Rochetti. And first place Esteban Munoz. Next up we have LO206 Masters and in second place we have James Hare. And first place we have Manny Sola. Next up we've got Shifter Senior and in third place we have Christopher Giram. Shifter. And second place Scott Presti. And in first place we have Dominic And the last but not least for today, getting ready for tomorrow, we have third place in Shifter Master Ryan Cobley. And in second place we have Wayne Watts. And first place, Rob Ford. Thank you guys, thank you for putting up with us being a bit late again. Let's hope we don't get a ton of rain tomorrow. No, we're going to get a little bit, but that's okay. And let's go and have some rest and do it all again tomorrow. Get ready guys?
Excuse me.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the express written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.